and then 15 minutes for the other questions, but you can have in parallel. It's up to you, but the total time is 45 minutes. So I will keep timing for you. And the first panel is state policy and governance system in the audiovisual sector. So the moderator of this panel, Susanna Harutyunyan, and she will present a panelist. Thank you very much. One, are we changing the last two? Yeah, and there's one announcement that today's last two panels will be switched. So it will be based on the schedule, but only the switched. Thank you.
Բարև ձեզ սիրելի գոլեգաներ, կոնֆերանսը շարունակվում է 100-ամյակի հայ կինոյի 100-ամյակի նվիրված օրը մենք լսեցինք շատ հետաքրքիր զեկույցներ կապված հայկական կինոյի պատմության, ժառանգության, նաև կնոջ դերը կինոյում, դրա շուրջ եւ հայկական կինոյում, դրա շուրջ
dans le cinéma arménien, des rapports très intéressants.
Պանել դիսկուսիայի ֆորմատով բարձրացնենք տարբեր հարցերը, որոնք առնչվում են հայկական կինոն եւ ոչ միայն հայկական կինոյի, տարածաշրջանային համագործակցությանը եւ այլ հարցերի, շատ կարեւոր հարցերի։ Արդեն հնչեցվեց մեր այսօրվա պանելի թեման, առաջի թեման, երևի թե շատ տրամաբանական է, որ սկսում ենք պետական քաղաքականությունից, որովհետև պետության դերը կինոյում եւ կինոյի զարգացման մեջ բավականի մեծ է, եթե չեմ ասում, որ եթե չասեմ, որ մեր տարածաշրջանի համար, մեր տարածաշրջանի երկրների համար երևի թե շատ հիմնարար է այս դերը պետության ասեմ Յոթանասուն տարիների ընթացքում պետությունն էր ֆինանսավորում եւ փաստորեն պրոդյուսերը ֆիլմ արտադրողը պետությունն էր։ Այս 30 տարվա մեջ շատ դժվար transformation փոփոխություններ կատարվեցին ամբողջ կինոարտադրության ստրուկտուրայի մեջ։ Հիմա մենք ունենք 17 թվից ներդրված նոր
We have a new system in the cinematography. We have Armenian National Cinema Center, which was founded in 2005 or no, sorry, in 2006, when the Arm Film Studio, State Studio, was renamed and the Armenian National Cinema Center was founded. Let me tell you who are our panelists today. Right to me, we see Ms. Shushanik Mirzakhanyan, the head of Armenian National Cinema, who you all know perfectly. The representative of Indian Embassy in Armenia. Can we call him deputy? Yeah, he's Mr. Tejas Pakar, who is here with us. And we have also Iranian representatives here. Mr. Alireza Tebash, who was a Farabi Center head. Now he's the head of Art National Center's Cinema Department. And as I was said, it is the highest institution in the country, having a huge cinema department. And of course, Anahitabad, who has agreed to translate Mr. Tabesh. She's also cinema producer and director, and we all know them. Thank you very much for being here with us now. I would give the floor to the head of National Cinema Center, Mrs. Shushanik Mirza-Sakhanyan, who will speak about our cooperations, about the state and private cooperations, starting from 2018, when the new legislation was adopted. We have gone according to this new system. We did a lot of changes, because Cinema Center is not a producer, it is supporter. And it works with independent producers. How this legislation works, how it succeeded, what do we have during those 5 years? Thank you, Susanna. Good day. Good morning. Let me tell you, as Mrs. Harutyunyan has mentioned, we have gone system changes starting from 2018. The model was changed thoroughly. The film financial model was also changed. And the previous model, when the country was financing 100%, and it was not efficient for most cases. We have brought it to a new model where the state, where the government is a supporter and not a producer. And I think it's right, because the world is building its cinema world like that. So we didn't create a new bicycle. So if you want to create, to develop and cooperate, and to have your Armenian film all over the world, you should take the models the world has already taken. So let me tell you about some details, what state did for this. We give importance to cinematography development. And this is one of the reasons that we have done such system changes. As I always do mention, such changes are always being changed. We take the changes that the world follows. Some 2 years ago, a new law was adopted concerning cinema. Before, we didn't have it. By nowadays, it is still in the process of changing, editing, especially for the purpose to make it better, to support to our cooperations, and especially to have smoothly development of Armenian cinema history. This system changes, first aim and purpose was changing of how we support. So we started to differentiate who are the new deputy directors and who did it. So if it is your first film, your debut, you will have 70% of financing by country. We did it so to give opportunity to beginners.
Recording in progress.
To create, to shoot films, because we understand that future belongs to young generation, and yeah, they should go their support from their own country. What concerns different other financial support, we support both feature films, short films, animations, documentations. We have some model where our producer, without having given financial support, may apply to Armenian National Center. And if the project is interesting, and our independent experts value it like a good one, and they confirm it, our National Cinema Center signs an agreement with the producers of some film, giving them possibility within 18 months to get all the rest of the budget part after it to start already the production. This model helps a lot because in Armenia, unfortunately, the only foundation is the Armenian National Cinema Center supporting the cinema. And they have to apply to both private sector or to TV channels or even international foundations, European foundations, to get all these foundations. But this way is very hard. And our cinematographers and get their experience, and they find very interesting solutions, cooperations, and colleagues worldwide. And this is our today's image that we have during last 3 and 4 years. And in Armenia, it is being developed very quickly, and cooperation, co-production has raised, and it brings quality, and also it helps to distribution in the future. We pay attention to cooperations, co-productions, and also we finance and support projects where Armenia is not the main co-producer. And during last years, we have a very succeeded films projects. The last one I would mention, which is Luca. It is a co-production of 5 countries. Jessica Woodford's film, and it's a very interesting movie. It travels all over the world and all over the festivals through the world. I guess it's much. What else to be added? Have I forgotten? Have I missed anything? If you have questions, please ask the questions. I'm ready to answer them.
Տեղից չենք խոսում։ Եթե ուզում եք հարց անեք, ասում եք հարցի համար եւ միկրոֆոնով որտեղ
talk by phone. Microphone, use microphone.
Just to add to what Ms. Mirzakhanian was saying, so that it's clear, so that it's all very clear. The 70% is percent of 6% that is financed by the state, and it's also limit on the money. I didn't know it. Yes, there is a threshold. There is a maximum threshold, 70%, more than 60 million grams, which is, I don't know how to say it in euro, around 120,000 euros. And at the same time, apart from the fact that Cinema Center is supporting organization structure to modern filmmaking, I would also like to say that we pay a lot of attention, starting with 2018, and we paid a lot of attention to how to keep our heritage. And on behalf of the state, we have the state has paid a lot of attention to this, and as I've mentioned, during the last years, the financial support both for the heritage and also it has increased. And this year too, more money has been allocated by the state for film production. Why I am noting this is because, you know, the state policy is aimed at the fact that we have to develop our modern cinema, modern filmmaking, and at the same time keep and preserve our heritage, our Armenian cinema, because the entire 100-year heritage has to be kept and given to the upcoming generations. Ms. Musakhanyan has, of course, highlighted two key pivotal directions in which the state is supporting and encouraging. And I would like to say that when the law on cinema was adopted, but still it's not, it has already been adopted, but it's not functioning yet because there are many complications there. At the same time, there is tax, there is incentives, there's something that is really important that is related to this, and it's part of the law, but it's written in a very complicated manner, I have to say, because we have examples from, for instance, Georgia, which is our neighboring country, and the tax refund has been working for many years, and it has been giving a lot of positive chances to the country, to the development, and we have much to do in many, many different directions in order to make sure that Armenia becomes an attractive it becomes attractive for the producers, because Armenia has a huge potential in terms of locations. And here, it should be said that films can be shot quite well. And this is a third direction, and the state needs to be thinking a lot in this idea, in this sense. It is still being done, and the mechanisms are yet to be clarified to become more accurate. When we're talking about the co-production, and Ms. Mustafanian was talking about this, usually it is done following the European model, following the model of European countries, also for the reason that Armenia is part of the Eurimage co-production, is a member of Eurimage co-production fund, and in this regard, Armenia has quite many opportunities to cooperate with 38 countries of Europe, among them Canada. And Canada, as a member of Eurimage, we see Eurimage, and also we have examples of co-production with Iran. We have jointly shot films with Iran. At the same time, we have a memorandum for co-production that has been signed with India. This is a memorandum of understanding. It's like that's how it is called. And I would like to give the floor to the representative of Indian Embassy, Mr. Tejas Pagari, to present the opportunities that India sees in Armenia, and in which directions we can develop our cooperation. As well as this, one more thing is, of course, when we're talking about Armenia, we know that its opportunities of Armenia cannot compare to cinema opportunities of India, and because there is a huge industry in these countries, and in such countries as Iran and India. So if we compare, we would say that we're quite good, and but at the same time we're modest. Our position is modest. We have other things together to cooperate together, and serious problems, so that we could also have the opportunities in two countries also for Armenia. Please, the floor is yours. Badi Arawat.
As you mentioned, so yes, India is the largest producer of movies in the entire world.
Aspects,
So in a year, almost 800,000 movies are made. So it is almost double the net
film է ստեղծվում եւ այդ ֆիլմերի կանակը կրկնակի գերազանցում է այն քանակը, որը Հոլիվուդում է իրականացվում, այսինքն սա շատ ավելի մեծ քանակ է եւ պետք է ասել, որ տնտեսական առումով սա շատ կարեւոր է։ Կառավարությունը ունի մի քանի քաղաքականություն եւ պետք է ասել, որ մենք ունենք
like Armenia's National Cinema Center. So this NFDC is a government agency that provides financial and infrastructural support for production and promotion of the films. But these are mostly independent art house cinema. So the commercial cinemas, they operate on their own. Then for film promotion, also government supports some Indian films on international stage, basically including participation in film festivals and funding for selection and promotion of films as India's official entries at the international awards like the Oscars. There are also some tax benefits, like various incentives and benefits are available to the filmmakers. It's mostly like exemption in certain cases, like if it's a film is based on some like national issue or some issues of importance, then there are some tax incentives given to the film. Then, of course, there are film festivals which are held in India. The government sponsors and supports these film festivals. Like in November later this month, we are having a film bazaar in Goa, and we have invited a lot of countries. We have invited a National Cinema Center as well. So to showcase their respective countries' cinema and to have business to business meetings and basically to know each other's film industry. Then we also have a film institute. So there is a renowned film institute called Film and Television Institute of India and Satyajit Ray Film and Television Institute. These are the two main government supported institutes. So yes, so we have a big industry, and talking about as you mentioned, like incentive, like the Georgia has. So there are a lot of Indian movies which are shot in Georgia recently. Almost 3 to 4 movies in last 2 3 years were shot, and the thing which like now the Indian producers are looking for, like the traditional destination was Europe. They are moving away from Europe and they are looking for new destinations. And South Caucasus provides that opportunity. And also it is budget friendly, like for medium and small budget films, they prefer these location and these countries. So Georgia has this kind of 20% rebate that if you shoot in Georgia, they give you 20% cashback. And I think Armenia is also planning to bring that similar law. And as far as I remember, it was proposed in the parliament. But still, despite this law, there were a lot of film, this song shootings which took place in Armenia. So in last 2 3 years, I remember mostly from the northern part of India, the Punjabi songs were shot in Yerevan, and there was like 2 months back one shot in Sevan and this Azat Reservoir as well. So despite this legislation, there are like film producers who are willing to come here and shoot. But if there is some kind of incentive for them, then it will spiral. Like because as you know, the industry is very big, and in this sector, definitely Armenia can benefit from the Indian film industry. And yeah, the other thing was about the MOU, as you mentioned. So I think National Cinema Center signed an MOU with IETO for film preservation. So we are working on that also. So there are a lot of opportunities both for India and Armenia to have collaboration in different sectors, and we are working towards it. So thank you.
Thank you very much. I have a question in this regard, as a continuation of our panel. Kanarik. Yes, the main industry, I mean, the main business is in Bollywood. You mentioned the big production that happened in India, but there are a lot of independent producers and directors. And I know because we always received the applications from the independent Indian filmmakers for the Golden Apricot Film Festival in Yerevan. And I would like to mention that, for example, in 2017, we have two winners, Indian winners of Golden Apricot Film Festival. It's one was Sexy Durga in 2017, and Pebbles Karir in 2021, as if I'm not mistaken. So, in that regard, is there any definition how the state treats independent filmmakers, whether the independent filmmakers have support from government or the governmental fund? Of course, the big production does not need any support from government. But in a way, is there any kind of I don't know, regulations, law, how to manage with the independent filmmaking, because it's very unique and very interesting movement in India. And 2 years ago, it happened that I was online in jury for Kerala Film Festival, and I discovered a lot of independent filmmakers working in the different states of the India with the different traditions.
Yes, so in India we have like almost more than 10 languages the films are made. So we not only have Bollywood, there is Tollywood, there is Collywood, then there is regional cinema in different languages. So film is like in our legislation, it's a central and state subjects. So there is a broad-based policy formed by the central government, and there are different states like you said, Kerala is there, Karnataka, Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu. So they have their own policies. So as I mentioned, this National Film Development Corporation, which is like the Armenian National Cinema Center, they play an important role in supporting this independent cinema. So they do fund these kind of projects and promote them at different film festivals, and they support the like. I am not aware about the mechanism how they support this, but there are different states which also has its own policies which support the films in local language. So in India, it's not just Hindi or English. The films are also like the local languages. They also incentivize them to produce more films in the local language.
Thank you very much. Now we are going to Iran, our neighbor, and we would like to understand how the state policy works there, because we also received a lot of applications from Iran, from the young filmmakers. The Iranian filmmakers participated in the Golden Apricot co-production platform, Gaif Pro, and previously it was another platform. So, and there are a lot of Iranian filmmakers which came here to present their films in our different, in Yerevan, in different festivals. So, and now we have a collaboration between National Film Center and Farabi Center. So, how the perspective looks, and what is the role of the governmental structure into developing Iranian cinema and also co-production?
What is this?
Hello, I'm very happy that I'm present here with specialists like you, and that together we can work with serious specialists. Iranian cinema
was one of the ancient cinematography having heritage in our region. I'm very thankful, and it's very interesting what I have heard already, your discussions. Of course, in this panel discussion, whatever I would say would be based on Iran cinema system. How it is worked. What you have been discussing today, I can sum up that in Iran, the government has supporting role. It has a partial role in cinema, and to introduce also in international festivals and to make it visible in international fields. Of course, nowadays the heads of governmental departments, we are having good and bad heads of departments, and their role has huge impact on cinema and huge impact on the development of cinema development process. State and governmental officials state officials' attitude may impact on both private and governmental sectors of the country. In the state platform, we have different workers. Of course, they are trying to make efficient, and they want to support cinema, of course, cinematographers, and also independent film producers. During those years, when Iran was developing, and the connection between state and cinema guilds cooperation started to develop and improve. And the state laws have been adopted. For example, not to be tax-free. And also the creation of different cinema centers and this had a huge importance. Whatever I'm talking about is about the film that is important for the culture of our country, and it helps to develop our culture. Of course, commercial film would have its way, and it works independently. They differ, of course. It is not the cultural movies, of course. Commercials are different. The films that show people's life culture and would reflect them are play a huge important roles. For us, it was very important to have cooperation and co-production with the countries of our region. And we gained, of course, successes and raised awareness. During last 3 decades, we had good cooperation with Armenia, with India also, with Russia, with China, with Pakistan, with Turkey, with Iraq, with Qatar and Oman. The countries that have cinema, we would like to have a co-production and co-festival production also. But the countries where cinema is not well developed, Iranian film specialists and Iranian film specialists go to the country to provide master classes for the countries where film industry is not well developed. We have, of course, a huge film industry in our country, and film is important, starting from schools and also in the universities. And of course, we have in academies well-developed departments of cinema. So it starts from very childhood till the end of their life, if we may call so. The Iranian TV channels also have teaching programs concerning cinema industry. And during last decades, we have created a very vast platform to teach a new generation. One of them found its role of life in TV channels and TV industry. Some of them are becoming analysts and cinema critics, and some of them are becoming movie directors, both internal and external platforms. In this sphere, I would like to speak about the women's role and their visibility in Iranian film industry. Coming back to political and state industry, what is our attitude governmental? Let's imagine our life after 100 years. If someone reads what we are discussing today, we would have several questions to them. What is cinema's attitude to digital world, and what Corona did to the cinema world? Whether the coronavirus stopped the movie or it gave the new tendencies to the cinema industry. What is national and public TV channels' attitude to cinema? Is TV competitor to cinema or the supporter and cooperator of it? What would we like the new audience, the new generation's audience? And of course, always the auditorium is important, and it gives importance to the created cinema and to the created film. Our new generation, which goes towards artificial intelligence, these are future generation that will become a cinema audience. I think it's very crucial, the state support to cinema, and generally the attitude, how they govern it, and the creation of the new platforms, It is by the help of this platform development that new needs would be covered. And I think this panel is one of the places where we can find the answers to such like questions. During last year in Iran, in our academy and between academic members, we did analytical and research conferences and meetings. What is the cinema's role in our country? And also how to use artificial intelligence in the cinema. These are the points that we should have started before. As our heads of the departments and working in the government should think about it already. We should be fair. If we are all here, gathered here, what is the aim? What should what we keep becomes later the face of Hollywood film industry? I think such questions are to be thought about, and we should find answers to such questions, both together and both. We should think about it, and we should think about it privately. If after 50 and 100 years, people, a new generation, would look to the past, they would see that we were responsible for their future. Thank you. Sorry for being a little bit long. Thank you very much for so many good questions you raised, because Mr. Tabesh's speech was very interesting, especially the questions he asked. Now we're speaking about current situation, but how we may create the future and where cinema goes. Of course, we need to think about it, but let me mention that just yesterday we had very interesting presentations. If you remember, 8K and 8D digitalization and how new technology enters to the cinema industry to keep and develop its spaces. The next questions concerning artificial intelligence are also very interesting. Yeah, of course. We should all think about it. And state, and we should have governmental support here as well. It is like a message to governmental representatives or just representatives here. I have two things to mention. Going back to 90s, when Armenian cinema was in a very bad situation and there was no governmental support. We already had good samples of Armenian and Iranian cooperation, where Iranian directors were coming to Armenia to shoot movies, and now we have perfect samples of Armenian and Iranian co-production. One of them is Anahit Abad, who is translating now here. Thank you. The film is called Yeva, and she's just like a bridge between Armenian and Iranian cinema industry. And let me remind you one fact also, that Samuel Khachikian was also one of the representatives and founders of Iranian cinema and foundation, and we have some dedicated several events on his 100th anniversary. So we have heritage, film industry heritage. It is one of the directions we should go. Now we have very less time. To sum up our panel discussion, if you have questions, please, I open up the platform for the questions. Feel free to ask them.
Any questions? Please. If no questions, then it's just time to go for break, for the lunch break. Not the lunch break. Yeah, just a break. Because I think there's a coffee break. Yeah? No? Yeah. Yes. So, but please, if we're done, yeah. Yeah, if there's any questions, please. No questions. Right.
Շատ լավ։ Շնորհակալություն հայտնեմ
Oops, sorry.
մեր
Thank
մասնակիցների
you to our participants. And once again, I would like to highlight that these are really, really important as countries for cooperation that Armenia can have cooperation with. And, you know, in terms of state policy, how it can be coordinated, how it can be developed in the field of cinema, and of course, co-production as well. So when we are looking in this direction, of course, we understand that there are many questions to be addressed. And of course, our country has these issues that are to be solved so that we can make sure that there is a facilitation and there is easier cooperation, and Armenia becomes really a free-friendly country. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Sonia. Thank you to all of the participants of the panel. And please be back at 11.
Բոլորին խնդրում եմ վերադառնալ դահլիճ. Please come back to the hall. There is another one, please. Don't take mine. So ready? We should start, I think. I will ask like Okay, the next panel will be moderated by Sona Karapovusan, and she will start with the title and with the people and everything. Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you, Malik, for presentation. So the topic that we are going to discuss is the mechanism and perspectives of the development of film production and distribution of film products. And we have three panelists today and who already presented, and so I think all of you more or less know about their profiles. But for the beginning, I would ask each of them to do a very small talk and verbal presentation of what they do, of their organization and their position in the organization and how they cooperate with Armenia. So maybe Sam, the editor-in-chief of Klasiki, could you please?
Hello, is that on? Yeah. Thank you, Sona. So yeah, I am the editorial director of Klasiki, which is a streaming platform and online resource for classic and contemporary cinema from Eastern Europe and the post-Soviet republics. We also organize in-person screenings on a one-off basis and collaborate with a number of different film festivals, including Golden Apricot here in Yerevan. My work in particular is kind of curatorial. I program a lot of the permanent library, which is more made up of classic films, and then we have a rolling selection of more contemporary films. So I'm involved in programming those, making sure we have a good like representative mix from, we've got a lot of different countries to cover, so make sure we're kind of covering all our bases, make sure we're giving voice to interesting or important new filmmakers. And I'm also kind of editing, commissioning, writing for our publications. So yeah, that's my position in the whole thing.
Hi, my name is Vladimir Kachuryan. I'm a director and curator of oldest Russian cinema magazine Искусство кино, Cinema Kino Art. We have experience in distribution of Soviet heritage in Russia in mass market audiences. We organize with people in Russia from Moscow to Republic of Yakutia. I'm not only Armenian, as you see by my surname, but I have experience of working in Armenia, like curator of some retrospective with Russian classics and Russian modern cinema, like Sokurov Alexander, Andrei Zvyagintsev in last 2 years. And we organized cinema club here that shut down early, but still it was a big movement with audiences like, I don't know, 5,000 or 6,000 people for 20 screenings. It's huge for Armenia. and it provides some experience for me to work in my home country, and maybe that's all for start.
And please, Jacques.
Hi, my name is Jacques-Antoine Jagou. I work for a company called MK2 Films. So MK2 Films will celebrate its 50th anniversary next year, actually. It started as a production company, but there's also cinema exhibitors in France. And me, I'm working as the sales agent there. So we are the bridge between the producers and the local distributors. And we are representing worldwide various films. We are releasing like 15 to 18 new titles each year. For example, this year's Palme d'Or, Anatomy of a Fall. But we are also representing classic films. We have a collection of 1,000 titles. And so films from the beginning of cinema, Buster Keaton's, Charles Chaplin, Iranian cinema. We have lots of films from Abbas Kiarostami. And also Hello, It's Me, the film that was released and the premiere of yesterday. We are of course we are representing new films and also classic films, and expanding, like we are acquiring like 15 to 20 new classic films each year, and making new restoration of our films each year too.
Thank you very much. You all mentioned that you are working mostly with classic films or doing retrospectives, but also some of the organizations, Classiki, also MK2, has the experience of working with more contemporary films. So I was wondering, what is the difference in working with classic films and contemporary films, and what are the criteria that you need to consider and take into account while, for example, dealing with classic films from, let's say, 50s? You want to?
So yeah, basically, what I can do about the difference between classics and new titles, but right now what I can see is it used to be really different, and it used to be not the same distributor, and it used to be really separated. For a local distributor that was only focused on classic films, and there was, of course, the distributor focused on the new films. But it started to change because, for example, we did a new release of the Kieslowski Three Colors trilogy recently. The film was released in many countries, in the US, in UK, in Netherlands, in Italy, and actually the distributors in Italy and Netherlands, they were not specialized in classics, and they wanted to try, and it's actually worked very well. The film are released in Italy right now, and it's working even better than the new titles. So my vision of this, it's there is lots of separated fields of. It was really separated before between classics and new films, but it's now, since COVID, and things have changed now. And on my point of view, because I'm really more focused on the classic films, it's like people getting for theatrical distributions, people are really more interested in showing classic films now, more than ever.
Well, so I like to think of Classiki as having kind of an educational role. We have a lot of partnerships with universities in the UK and the US, and part of my aim is to provide a kind of like introduction, basically, to the cinema of these various different regions and different countries that we think are kind of largely misunderstood, or kind of understood through stereotypes. So when it comes to like the classic programming, a lot of that is, say we kind of bring on a new country. Recently, for instance, we added our first Romanian films to the platform. So when we do that, it's kind of a question of, what's the most important movement or the most important filmmakers from that country. So we brought on a selection of Romanian New Wave titles, and then we kind of come up with a lot of material about, supplementary, explanatory, introductory material. Next year, for instance, we're going to be bringing on a selection of classic Kyrgyz films from the Kyrgyz Miracle from the 1960s. So again, it's a kind of packaging that kind of classic, like those classic movements or classic filmmakers in a kind of introductory or educational way, in a way that we don't really have to do with contemporary films. With contemporary films, we can kind of speak for one thing, we can speak directly to the filmmakers and they can just explain it themselves, but also kind of we're dealing with the contemporary films on a more individual, one-by-one basis, whereas with the classic films, we're trying to kind of build this kind of this reference library. So that would be the distinction, I think.
Main point of work for our work with heritage, of course, with Soviet heritage, is at some point not only repackaging with design and this new quality, but to battle with false perceptions and myths about these movies that society already have before they going to our screenings or our special programs. We always trying to escape this gap between audience and movie, because somehow I don't know how to explain, but somehow we live in society when government structures and I don't know, all fields of interest use this Soviet heritage as mechanism of propaganda, maybe at some point, mechanism of control of our audience thinking about their history. And we always trying to explain people that movies, it's not something delusional, it's not part of your utopian ideas of our past. It's a living mechanism to understand your history, your identity. Maybe at some point, this post-Soviet society nowadays, by using these visual images, the stories from the past. This is our idea. And maybe this is a difference between when you work with something modern that always clicks with audience and something from the past.
Thank you very much. Now the eternal question that concerns everyone, and it's the biggest problem for lots of people, including like the industry of Armenia, how you are reaching the audience and getting the interest of the audience, especially when you are distributing the classic film, because we know that it's not that easy. It's not a big film from Hollywood that would attract so much people.
I can have a go at that. How are we reaching people? Well, we might not be doing a very good job. I mean, our aim as a platform is this is the kind of business speak side of it, which I find a bit boring, but it's to provide this kind of curated experience. So to kind of like counteract that kind of Netflixization of the presentation of film and film heritage by having a much more kind of curated and detailed and knowledgeable presentation, and then hoping that that's a way to get people interested in the films themselves by like not turning them into content, but like actually letting them be films. In terms of like more kind of outreach, like more kind of direct public engagement, I mean, when we organize film screenings, we often try and kind of like pair classic and contemporary films. Try to think of an example. I mean, when our last Armenian season that we ran in London, we were screening, We Are Our Mountains and Should the Wind Drop, for instance, kind of pairing things. Or we did something similar with Baltic film recently, kind of classic and contemporary. So yeah, that's a not very good answer. I don't really know. But that's the great thing of being the kind of on the curatorial side.
Different organizations, they can provide ours to our full contact with audience. Maybe main point with this is how to connect social management, micromanagement on different levels, and this big idea that you have. I don't know how we achieve it, because now, if I trying to understand the past of our experience, maybe it was unique, but still it has some universal points. First of all, you should definitely know who is your core audience and how this core audience can help you to achieve more wide spectrum of people. Each member of your core audience should be your agent at some point. Should be a friend who can help you at different levels in social media, in lectures, and just buy tickets. And somehow you always should thinking about this not like a capitalistic process, like something that can give you a revenue. At some point, maybe it's I don't know. You need to have a very strong faith to people, but don't have ideas what they should think about your work. I don't know how to explain. Maybe you can help me. I will tell Russian. You can translate.
I'm Russian, so
Супер.
don't worry.
В этом процессе как бы работы с наследием самое сложное, вот как я и говорил ранее.
The most difficult thing, as I was saying, is actually overcoming the obstacle of assumptions about films. You know, in Russia, they show Rязанов every year, and this is like a rom-com, Soviet rom-com. This is actually very difficult as a social commentary. And our aim was to make sure that our brand and our product is actually the faith in people, the ability to analyze, and the fact that our words do not carry any false messages. And we try to keep this idea because we have access to archives and the perception of the film. You know, there is this gap, this obstacle, and actually it worked out. Of course, people do not want to perceive the past in its real context. But what should be said is the more you press on this, the better the results.
The main problem or the main interest of the organization of Vladimir was to overcome the barrier and to overcome
And it's
know the Soviet heritage, but they are considering it as something like of their, as a rom-com. For example, there is this example of Rязанов films that there is this film that is shown every year in the eve of New Year, and people are watching. So this is their perception of Soviet heritage. And what the organization was doing, they were really trying to change this perception and approach to the classic cinema. And of course, at the beginning, at the first year, there was a huge and backlash from the audience. But with the time, they started to shift their perception.
What I can do for a French point of view is, for cinema, in France, we used to say that it's a product. Cinema is prototype industry, and there's no recipe. There's no recipe. There's not. It's not that you will know by heart that it will be a success. It's not possible. I know that there's like each year a rom-com comedy in Russia. I know that in Italy they also have the Christmas film, the Cine Panettone. In France, we don't have that. We do have big comedies, of course. They are success until they're not. So there's no rules. The only rule that we can follow is I know that, for example, on classics, I was just mentioning the Three Colors trilogy. I know that it worked on the Three Colors trilogy, it will not work on other classics. And the thing is, we always have to find new way of showing the movies. We always have to to work on it, and for each film is different. So it's always like for us and for the distributors, it's always like find the best way to promote the movie, but it really depends on the movie. And for example, yeah, for classics, it could be also events on the film, part of the festival, part of an institution, or it seems that it's things that you did with Classici, like doing events on a specific films that is maybe lesser known for the audience. So you do an event on the film. I know that a lot of distributors we work with are doing this. And it's each film are different, and so yeah, there's no rule to get everyone in cinema.
But one remark that there's a simultaneous translation from Russian too, so you can easily.
Another question that I have concerns film criticism, because I know that Classici has the notebook part that also publishes some film criticism, and also Искусство кино, the art of cinema, that had that experience. How do you think it helps you to serve as the bridge between the audience and the restored films or the classic films?
О май гад. Ну, я тогда по-русски. На самом деле у нас был глобальный подход.
Actually, we had a global attitude towards it. For example, when we started Madeleines July rain, we started our production process in Venice. So we did it a year before. We started to send and to have cooperation, and also many email letters. We had several materials. Actually, all the copies of the books have been bought, and it was like sold out. How it helped the audience to go and to dive through the film, not as something that was ancient, and not as something that you can see just 2 hours on screen and that would be over. No, the film critics, what they do, they help to understand it better and to keep it for lifelong in your mind. So film critics help to orient. At the same time, it is one of the parts of Soviet experience. Of course, it can damage your reputation, but it can also bring your old times image. It can give the auditorium some kind of mechanisms, so you can feel it better. Some kind of, it may raise emotions. So film critics use it.
Yeah, I mean, I would basically agree with what Vladimir just said. I guess my experience is, and Sona, you can probably speak to this better than I can, but my experience is that critics are, this might sound a bit kind of dehumanizing, but they're like a great resource, because my experience is that these are like very knowledgeable people who, like, their whole job is to be able to kind of connect people interested in film with the kind of the history, the formal qualities, the interest in specific films. And in my experience, critics like are quite happy to get off the kind of carousel of contemporary releases, festival coverage, kind of making sure you get an interview with this or that director from their latest festival. And they're quite happy to step back and to kind of like talk about film history, to kind of work with their interests in that way. So yeah, for me, like working on the journal, our kind of publication at Classici, is a way of exploiting that resource, to use a horrible expression.
Могу я кое-что добавить? Интересный все-таки топик кинокритика. У нас был опыт проката.
Actually, I would like to add that together with Dmitry Davidov, when we had been working, we had more than 3,000 auditorium in Russia, and I see how the media was writing the reports. it was like spreading bad news narrative of the films. It was some kind of experience we faced. So here we have some risk. So it is very crucial. So inside the media, you should have some kind of law to systemize it. But in film industry criticism, there is no such like law. You cannot control it. That's why sometimes like the titles are being very tricky, and they contain lies, or even sometimes the trailers may lie to you. So we should struggle with it.
The question was on film critics, like journalists, or the critics, like.
So in case of the other two panels, they have the platform, but since you don't have, but I'm sure you can, or you are cooperating with some organization, you have the media platforms that you are doing the, I mean, film critics, or the ways that you are working with them, like giving them screeners.
Actually, we do have a film platform at MK2, so we do have, yeah, only for France. And of course, yeah, film critics, my opinion on film critics, it's in France, it seems that they're still pretty strong during Festival de Cannes. And beside this, it depends. I think there's one example. We just released in France a Japanese movie from 1993 last Wednesday. And it was a barely unknown movie from a director called Shinji Sonoe. And the beautiful movie it's called Moving. And so basically no one knew about this film or this director a month ago in France. And because of film critics, the film is now more than 10,000 admission in France. So it's it's a big success for a classic title. And here on this particular situation, film critics, they helped a lot. So I think if I go back to only the classic distribution, film critics could be very strong. But it seems that beside the festivals, for me, film critics are, for new titles, it seems that they are less and less strong. And for us, it's I don't work as a distributor, but it seems that in France they are for the big films or big art house movie, it's not really relevant right now.
Thank you very much. I also noticed that in the recent 5 years, probably there are more and more festivals of restored films. We knew there was Bologna, but now there is another one in Germany. We have the one in Lyon, and we hope that soon we'll have one in Armenia in some years. Yes, we hope, and we think that we need one. What do you think this interest towards the classic films comes from? Because I know that I would say that this is something that started to develop in the last 10 years, maybe, or maybe I'm wrong. Please correct me.
Okay, that's the moment we have to talk about nostalgia, and not the Tarkovsky movie, but the way that I was just discussing this with Vladimir, but it seemed that for film distribution, it seemed that nostalgia is working well for some titles. It was one of the explanation we had when we re-released the Three Colors trilogy, and it worked so well in Europe. I was discussing with the Dutch distributor. He was really surprised by the number, because he just loved the film and he wanted to release it, but he thought it would be there would be no one in the cinema room. But actually there was a lot of people like him. The film, so the Three Colors trilogy was released in 1993 and 1994 and 5 in Netherlands. And people that saw the film at that time, they were 16, 20, 25. They wanted to go back and see the movie. And actually, there's there's like we can say now that there's a fewer people going to cinema. That's the truth. That's the reality. But the people that are still going to cinema, it seems that they're getting more and more appeal to see a classic titles restored in 4K version as a new art house movie. You know, it's the I know that here nostalgia can work, but of course for nostalgia you have to know the film at first, so it works for big names of the classic films. And what is funny is thanks to nostalgia and thanks to this, so the film worked really well in Netherlands. And you know, the distributor told me that he wanted to spend a lot of money on marketing assets because he was used to work on the new films. And I said, no, you shouldn't. And actually he didn't spend much, and he was really happy because there was a lot of people. He just showed the classic posters and people went there. And it was pretty amazing. But there's something with nostalgia going on, but it's not for every movies.
Тут же есть две позиции с точки зрения.
Here we have 2 points why there is not so many audience in the cinema theaters, but for me it's of high importance. Like a festival is a platform where you can develop your movie. We have such like cases where professionals and specialists are being gathered together, like archive specialists, restoration specialists. So, and we together discuss how to restore that movie, how to reach to the audience, and distribution matter is very important. The Armenian Cinematography Fund, as we can see, for example, we have seen it in Cannes. It is one of the ways to represent your movie and to gain more audience and to travel throughout the world once more time. The thing you didn't have time like a century ago, or you didn't have maybe opportunities to do so. This movement bringing classic movies to festivals, it is becoming more and more global, and it's a good idea to do also in Armenia.
Just on the kind of online digital side of this, I would just say that I think there might be kind of a couple of contradictory things happening, which all contribute towards this kind of like effect of apparent interest in classic films. I think that for people of a certain age, like maybe people like my age or slightly older, there's this effect, and maybe this is optimistic, but I get the sense that people are actually the kind of dominant kind of platform capitalist kind of like presentation of content, the kind of Netflix or Disney Plus style, just kind of flood of absolute slurry and horrible nonsense, like indistinguishable films, and that it produces this kind of like an urge to re-engage with kind of classic films, because somehow like classic films are considered to like exist outside of the kind of ecosystem that's dominated by things like Netflix or Disney Plus. And then for people younger, like Gen Z, if we want to use that slightly dubious phrase, I think my experience working with young people is that they actually like have they don't understand things contextually in the same way that the older generations do. And so for them, there isn't actually a kind of distinction to be drawn between, say, classic and contemporary films in the same way, because they have a slightly ahistorical perspective on cultural production. I don't mean that as a criticism. It's just to do with how these kind of like digital natives, and having grown up with digital platforms and this kind of like access to all this material, they have this kind of like context-free or like ahistorical approach to, say, film, and it means that they don't distinguish between kind of classic and contemporary films, and it means that at least in theory they have like an openness to actually a lot more stuff than we might think. It's just that they're not consuming it in the same way that we are, if that makes sense.
Thank you very much. Should we open to the public if anyone has questions?
If there's any questions, please raise your questions. Yeah, please.
I don't have any specific questions. I have two remarks. Since there will be a panel about festivals, I will keep my comments about festivals afterwards. Two remarks. To me, first of all, the first step to get the interest of the people is digitization and restoration. I mean, there wouldn't be this interest for old movies if it hadn't been any new technologies. Otherwise, all these old movies would be shown exclusively in specific places like Bologna or Institut Lumière or Cinémathèque. If you want old movies to be shown world, they must be digitized and restored. Otherwise, there is, to me, almost no way for these movies to be shown or to be accepted by people. The second thing is that I want to underline, because it can be interesting, is as well for other countries. We have the chance in France to have the Center of Cinematography, and we have lots of incentives. And they gave incentives as well in the promotion of old movies. For instance, there is the Agency for the Regional Development of Cinema, which has a list of new restored old movies. If some particular cinema somewhere in province wants to screen an old movie which is in the list, but they don't have the money to get the person to pay him, to pay for the hotel, etc., then the CNC gives the incentive and pays, for instance, because I'm in the list of the specialists of Eastern European countries. So that's they invite me, they pay me, but this is the only thing that the CNC would take part in paying my transportation, in paying the hotel, etc. And it's very important because with our list of really a big network now of cinemas all over France, which are really interested in having old movies from all over the world, and getting the person in charge of presenting the movie and explaining the movie. As I said, usually we are traveling bonuses. So that's the new function, traveling bonuses.
Sorry, thank you, Joël. Just to follow suit your first remark on the digitalization, and just wanted to say, because I think this table also is a good example on how classics is getting more also appealing to younger audience, and for that we have to say thank you to the internet, actually, because thanks to internet we had access to so many films that also help us to get a culture of films from every part of the world. So it's this is how I think my generation or we discovered also new films and new titles from with platforms, specific platforms, legal platforms, of course. And this is how we made our own culture, a cinematographic culture, and this is also how we want to preserve and discover new films. And
I just would like to remind, when in '97 the DVD started to come out, and the quality increased immediately because it was compared with VHS, very good quality. And there was a big discussion about how this policy of distributing the films in the different countries might change. Because, for example, for me, it was very ununderstandable why, if I'm buying the DVD from Germany, I can't see that in US or vice versa. And it's still now they keep this stupid division of the countries based on region. It's just something related to the business, I understand, which is related to the business of the film distribution in the world. But with the new technologies now, VOD platforms, and all kind of access that you can really do the worldwide distribution from one place, and then probably keep control for the languages, for example, because that was a discussion that it will change to the languages, and we will not struggle like we discussed before about the distribution that goes for the CIS country to Russia, some big boss in Russia buying the whole CIS countries, and then all other countries in that package. They struggle because they don't have the language support in distribution. So I hope the perspective will be the way that distribution will go in a worldwide from one point with the support of the languages. So then it will become like, for example, criteria collection. I'm so happy I have a lot of Blu-rays and DVDs, but now they have a channel, their own channel, and you can access in US, for example, and see the program that they are doing, or your channels now. It's something that really brings new audience to the films, but still we should keep the theatrical screenings of all this to keep that culture, and it's a different impression when you are watching the films in theater. That's just a remark. Thanks.
I just wanted to say that the thing that we were having with like German DVD or German Blu-ray, it also exists online, right? For example, Criterion Collection is geo-blocked, so you can't watch it. I mean, we do watch it, we know that, but it's in US and in UK, and also with Kino Classic, it's again US and UK, right? Geo-blocked. And
Yes,
I understand
but you
why
should,
it's so, but still.
Just download a VPN and watch it here.
This is how we watch Criterion Collection, so.
Можно я тоже добавлю? Ведь это на самом деле очень пугающий топик.
Because it's a very dangerous thing when you want to differ according to the content. For example, we watch some movies about Russia everywhere, but the content, what we see, is not what we would like to see. So it is some kind of chain, and the prices should be changed, but it is a dangerous topic to talk about and to discuss.
No?
Or should I wrap up? My wrap up or theirs. I have some extra questions, but okay, since Malik says that it's time to wrap up, maybe let's do that then. From your experience of work, and I don't know, for each of you, I don't know, each of you how long is in the industry. So what are the perspectives that you gained and the directions that you would like your company or your own profession to go to? It's a very perfect wrap-up question, I believe.
Я буду короче всех, наверное.
I would be short. As we all face hardships and we go through wars and difficult life situations globally. For me, I have decided to concentrate my attention on the root. So I went back to my roots and started to shoot movies about my Yakutia, and I worked there just because I don't know what may tomorrow happen to Russian movie, but it gives me some hope when I do something for my native town, for my native roots. But sometimes you think you may reach success, but you may fail here as well. So social mobilization goes to the direction you can never predict. How this engine works? It may save us, but unfortunately, the window may be closed and art movie, for example, cannot be saved, and there may face collapse situation. So we should just work together mobilizatively.
I guess I would just say I used to work at university teaching film, and I'm interested in working for a kind of streaming platform. I often feel like I'm kind of working for the enemy, because I would rather spend my time trying to think of ways to kind of like revivify or to kind of sustain the kind of theatrical screening experience. And one thing I'm interested in at the moment is like trying to devise maybe kind of, I don't know, kind of like multimedia approach where you would kind of like use screenings and discussions and kind of like lectures to kind of bring young people to the cinema. So like maybe working with cinemas and universities together, bringing classes of students in, and then like combining the kind of digital resources we have with like in-person screenings to just kind of go beyond both the restrictions of online and in person, and to kind of working together in a more educational remit, something like that.
What I can do for the future, what I'm thinking of, and actually it's also the position of MK2, is we do still believe in theaters and theatrical release. Of course, we actually cinema holders in France, but it's just that, and for classic films, also it seems to be like still really important, and we haven't found yet something better than a cinema to show a movie. So we must also defend it. I know that the big studios during COVID, they tried to kill it, but they get back to it because they finally get more money out of it. So I think, theatrical release is not dead, and it is also the future of cinema. Not the only, of course, we have to work platforms, we have to work with everyone, but it's just to say that the theaters and the cinema in theaters is not dead at all.
Thank you very much. We'll be back in 15 minutes for another panel.
I will announce, and there's two announcements I want to bring to you. First of all, we will try to finish at 5 o'clock, which is our scheduled time. Shushanik Mirzakhanyan, head of the National Cinema Center, will be happy to see all of you for the short visit to the National Cinema Center, which is the 10 minutes walk from here. So they expect us to be there at 5:30. So if we will meet at 5:15, probably at the lobby without delays, so we can all walk there, or we can give you direction if you want to come by yourself. And there's a Turandot of Puccini at the Opera House tonight at 7 o'clock. It's a new performance. I don't know what's the condition of the tickets, if it's available or not. But if someone is interested, we should kind of check and see. But we have after that, there's an evening closing something at 8 o'clock, or when is it? 8 o'clock. Yeah, it's planned in near the Cinema Moscow. There's a Kami bar. So it starts at 8, but I think some people can be late to come there. They go to the Opera House. But I want to bring you that there is interesting new performance of Troubadour by Puccini. Thank you very much, and please come back at 12 sharp, because we have short break now. It's okay, 5 minutes plus. Խնդրում եմ բոլորին զբաղեցնել վերերը. Please come back to our panel. So we will have two more panel discussions and then there will be big break. And then we will continue again. So this panel I will moderate myself, and we have three panelists. One still missing, but you already met her. It's Anait Abad. She was translating for first panel, and I hope she will come soon. And we have Artur what's your last name? Artur Kojokaru. Okay, from Moldova, and Nemanja Bekanovic from Montenegro. Correct? Yeah. I will ask you to start from that end to introduce yourself. Yeah, just to introduce yourself briefly, that people will know who is who, and then, yeah, please. I just will announce also the topic of this conversation and panel, collaborative filmmaking to promote cross-cultural collaborations. It's kind of calamburic a little bit, but please. Yeah.
Thank you. My stance will be from the point of the filmmaker. Also, I'm somebody who worked with film heritage institutions. So in that sense, maybe I'll start in the way that I'm really into the book of Giovanni Fossati from Grain to Pixel, and I really like that Amsterdam University Press have lots of books about apparatus theory or dispositive theory about film, and I think which is derived from French post-structuralism, and which I find really interesting in a way how you can represent the film. So in that sense, Montenegrin Cinematheque had a RECON project, which is funded by EU, and on the one part, we had some idea, to use materials we have, but in another context, in another dispositive, as I can say. So in this sense, because every culture is quite closed in the view of themselves. So in that sense, we had project, to bring some Albanian filmmakers, young generation, to use their archive to make another documentary film, and which I find really kind of good also for them, because in other sense there is a cross-culture exchange. So in that sense, they can know something about Montenegro, but that was not the first priority. Priority is more kind of on this level of Montenegro too, because I know those materials, and I'm closed, unfortunately, in my cultural boundaries to watch materials in one context, and those young people are not in that context. They saw it in a different angle, and they made very beautiful documentaries, short one, and in that sense to find like really creative way to make archive alive, not like you have those films and they're standing there dead in some vaults in cold storage, maybe to be restored one day, or there's a lot of materials also which won't be restored, unfortunately, because it's not like high art, it's more kind of propaganda films and etc. So in that sense, I think one of way of co-production on some level with the heritage point of view is, that you can, because we all have neighbors and we have difficult history. Also, I know that many have really difficult history. And in that sense, the cross-culture exchange is good in that way to bring some people outside Armenia, to watch and to find another context, which people here can't see, maybe because they taken for granted. And also in a way to deconstruct cultural identities in that conservative kind of way, to to have romance with your past and etc. Because I think in some sense we have to go into to be future oriented, to deconstruct our past in that filmmaker kind of way. Also to preserve, of course, our heritage as a high art. And in that sense, also, I think it's in this theory of dispositive, it's all about curation. It's not like, you have fixed meaning. It's different if you, I don't know, show restoration film here or in some shopping mall or etc. So I think people have to invest in curation to be more experimental, more adventurous about it, to find some other context. That's for the part of film heritage, but on the sense of, I can say, a modern production of the film, well, I can say something about, from my point of view, which is also kind of similar with Romania, because I'm coming also from a small country, smaller than Armenia. We are kind of something more than 500,000 people. And because there is always issues with the small countries, you don't have enough finance, also after so many years of bad economy, it's worst in that sense. So we are kind of in the middle of some, I can say, economical and political issues, in that sense that on one end, you are part of, Europe, but in that sense, even in the Europe, there is a kind of identical problems in sense that, European identities there is some research on the third place. And the first place is like ethnicity, religion, identity, and the third place is European identity, which I find really problematic in that sense, because in the end, with culture, politics, and co-production, it's the final goal is somehow politically to have a federalization of Europe. So in that sense, you know, you have to preserve your values, like identities, but also in broader context, not like being culturally closed and think and go in a conservative way, you know, with it. And I think one of the thing is actually somehow to make some conference or some kind of you know, strategy for smaller countries to have their own agenda and do more cooperation, because it's much more convenient, I think. And you know, you can't apply some experience, I know, from France, for example, you know. And in that sense, I think we should support with co-production each other, and we have more kind of, you know, thinking about it. Also, from other side, what is problem with the small countries? It's you know, Slavoj Žižek wrote about it. Also Bosnian intellectual Jasmin Hasanovic about auto-colonization, because we are taking advantage through the history, and we don't have a starting point as other countries. So in some sense, we find ourselves are irresponsible to deal with our problems. So we always kind of, you know, waiting for bigger countries and cultures to somehow colonize our in the sense of culture politics and in the sense of soft power, you know. So if they're helping you, of course, it's nice, but on the instance, they're doing some political agenda. So you have to be very cautious about it, how to preserve real identity, but not like conflict kind of identity. You know, there is always kind of right-wing agenda that is kind of very kind of new imperialism kind of thing. So in this sense, I think we as a small country should cooperate and appreciate each other, also not just for cooperation, also for a screening of films and distribution. And in that sense, I think what we had during history of ex-Yugoslavia is that you had like 6 republics, and if somebody has some kind of problem to produce their film because they're not in the favor of Communist Party, they can go, I don't know, if it's a Serbian kind of director, he can go to Slovenia, shoot there, you know. So in that sense, we had some amortization about it, like you should go somewhere. So I think because Yugoslavia don't exist anymore, but we are really bounded by co-production because we share culture and also language mostly. So in co-production, they're really open, like, you know, to cross our political and other issues. And I think the small countries should be like that. If somebody have issues because, you know, I can't say broadly, we all have like a problem with our democracies, not even we as a small country, even EU today have a really kind of difficult situation. And in that sense, we should cooperate in the way that maybe, I don't know, some Armenian director come to Montenegro and shoot. Why not? You know, or in Moldavia. So in that sense, we must cooperate, and maybe I will have some kind of point for the future things to think about those strategies also. So not to be like somebody who are colonized culturally, or be someone who is kind of autistic in their values. No, but we should be cooperate with the people who share same like political and economic issues. So thank you.
Thank you very much, and I'm glad that you brought longer your conversation because you didn't have chance yesterday to have a speech. So that's good that your message come on this panel. Please, Arthur, about Moldova. First of all, please introduce yourself, your position, what you are doing in your business, in film business. And then if you want to start presentation, you can do that. Thanks.
So my name is Artur Kojakaru. I am from Republic of Moldova. I'm head of production at the CNC Moldova, National Film Center. And now I want to present you some changes we made in our regulations of film contest project in the last 2 years. One of the most important changes is that we introduced the pitching of a project as part of film project contest with international jury from countries like Romania, Israel, Ukraine, and Germany. The second one is that we introduced a mixed Romanian-Moldovan commission of script evaluators. And the main focus of the past 2 years is co-productions, minority co-productions. So on this chart, you can see how the number of projects financed by CNC, I mean minority co-productions, increased in the past 2 years. Now last year in 2022, we had the share of 46% of co-productions financed in the contest. So the countries we co-produce the most with are first of all Romania. It's our neighbor. We speak the same language, so it more easier for us. Also Germany. We have several projects in co-production with Germany, Ukraine, Serbia, and Belgium. These are three of our recent co-productions. Carbon, it's a co-production with Spain. It's have been officially selected in San Sebastian Film Festival. And one of its achievements is that it had the biggest national box office share of 16% in Moldova. The second one is MMXX. It's the most recent Cristi Puiu films, one of the well-known Romanian directors. The third one, and it has been officially selected in San Sebastian this year. The third one is the Soviet Garden. It's a co-production with also Romania. And it has been selected into Sarajevo International Film Festival and the Istanbul Film Festival. On this slide, you can see the platforms and the festivals in which our filmmakers and our projects has been selected. Also in Moldova, we organize events, conferences, festivals with based on international collaborations and intercultural collaborations. Now I want to speak about collaborations with Romania in detail, because we collaborate a lot with Romania, as I said earlier. We signed in 2016 agreement with National Film Center of Romania, and recently we signed a collaboration agreement with National University of Theatre and Cinematography from Bucharest. Also, an important collaboration for us is collaboration with Transylvania International Film Festival, in which a great number of our projects is participating, I mean, filmmakers projects. And we, within this festival, we are giving an award for projects in development. Also, we have collaborations at the level of organizing script writing courses, workshops, pitch trainings with Romanian mentors. In order to help our filmmakers to collaborate with foreign countries, we ratified a new version of Cinematographic Co-Production Convention of Council of Europe, which allows them to take part in co-productions with only 10% of the total budget of films in case of bilateral co-productions. Also, we promoted the cash rebate law that allows us to attract foreign co-productions in our country. And now we work really hard on modification of cinema law for the film center to work as a fund, the model of a fund with different financing sources. And so we would be able to gain autonomy, and this will allow us to have more and more international collaborations. Thank you.
Thank you, Artur. And yes, you mentioned the European Convention, and Armenia also from 2005 signed that convention and ratified this new version, which is really helps the small country to be part of the collaboration and cooperation, and which is good because that convention is really brings not only financial support of the countries working together, but also artistic elements should be there, and it helps us as a small countries to really put someone in that big box. Like for example, we have the Luca sample. It was already here told about that we have one of our actors is playing the lead roles there. And also in terms of collaboration and co-production, Aurora Sunrise is a good sample where the Lithuanian part has input in animation, and the German part has a composer from Germany, and Armenian part took the rest. So it's really very works effectively, and if we know each other better and work together, then we get a better result. Versus to Iran, we don't have, Iran is not part of the European co-production convention, but it's a close next country of Armenia, neighboring country. And culturally, we are very linked because there's a huge Armenian community, historical connections. So I would like to hear from Anahid, her experience. First of all, խնդրում եմ ներկայացեք ինքներդ եւ հետո ձեր փորձառությունը Հայաստանի եւ Իրանի համատեղ.
Please present yourself and talk about the experience with Iran and Armenia.
Good day. I am Anahid Abad. I am from Iran. I am of Armenian nationality. Yeah, I am Armenian. Well. And in Iran, I'm also known as an Armenian and Iranian director. I'm organizing Armenian and Iranian projects already for 30 years. I have shot a feature film, both in Armenia, and also a documentary movie in Artsakh. This is short about me. I'm working in the Iranian film industry professionally for 30 years. What concerns co-productions, what they do together, they share the platform, They share and exchange cultural heritage. They get acquainted with each other. It can be very effective. And from the very beginning, when you start to create a movie, we create a family. Our team is our family. So we get together with having different cultures, different backgrounds, different habits. And what people do, they come together to create something new. Just coming together to create some artwork, it's already an art itself in its form. It's a dialogue. It's a lifelong story within a film, and it's like a film within a film, and it is the pillar base of each film. It's very interesting when Iranian teams are coming to Armenia. They always think that Armenia is close to us, next country, we know it perfectly. But when they come to Armenia, they say, we really didn't know Armenians. We discovered them. And the same thing happens when you create a new film, when you shoot it. Armenia is a small country and Iran is bigger, of course. But it's bigger in population, in cinema, and also with territory when we consider it. According to my experience, when I was shooting my movie Yeva, the auditorium of Yeva, as compared with Armenia, it was of course not comparable. For example, if in Armenia, in some cinemas where some seances, in Iran, it was gaining tens and hundreds screenings. So the auditorium in Armenia is of course smaller. You can never imagine in Armenia a feature film auditorium having 120,000 auditorium. It's impossible. So in this point, I would say it's a very interesting thing as compared with Armenia. So we should cooperate and co-product. My friends, while after watching some movies, they came to me and told me like they were discovered it, and a famous director told like living in Armenia the whole life, they didn't know Armenians like that. They rediscovered Armenians through my movie. Movie is a language that all we know in film industry, but it is other thing when you have a bigger curtain, and even this cooperation not only with people but also light and dark, light and shadow, it leads to an interesting place. There were also some people that were coming to me and telling me like, we have never seen Armenians in our life, but we just saw how do they look like. So my aim is that I would like to speak about co-productions. It is some cultural exchange experience when you do co-production with some country, with some company. Of course, it has a great influence on people-to-people communication. I think people's similarities are more than dissimilarities. So we touch human similarities, and we find them through movies. Does it help us to go and to create a route and where the film may be based? We need to cooperate to the whole countries of the world. Even the USA, having a great cinema industry, has the need to cooperate with other cultures. They need it. They need to include their different stories to the film industry, of course. Living in our region, where we have it by default, we have some lacks in this part. It's a missing part, but it's a must to work with it thoroughly. In case of Iran, Iran is somehow facing political projects, and geopolitically it is some kind of closed. It's really hard to do co-production. So there are open countries where they can do even geopolitically their co-productions more widely. Maybe one of the countries that Iran may work with smoothly and closely is Armenia. Iran is a difficult country, hard, but never be afraid of such obstacles. Just solve these kind of problems. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a really interesting topic that you brought about the audience, because for the countries, small countries like we are, like Moldova and Montenegro, to bring our product, cultural product, to distribute abroad, it's really very big and difficult task. In collaboration with the big countries, it's immediately bring us to the different level. For example, here, and I mentioned it, her film Yeva was seen in Iran with a huge number of people. We have one product which was produced a few years ago with the support of the state support through the National Cinema Center, Amerikatsi. It's now distributing in US and as well as Aurora Sunrise. And in US, it's traveling, and the box office is more than $400,000. Mostly it's a US numbers. So it's, but it's all shot in Armenia. It's Armenian actors are playing, the lead actor from US, Armenian origin. Anyway, so those are kind of possibilities for us as a small countries with the culture to attract to our site and to bring our message also to the world. Plus, we're working as a national representative from Armenia, one of the national representatives from Armenia for Eurimages. I realize how difficult for the small countries like we are, even the Georgia, it's more popular. The Georgian films are more coming out now, but Moldova, former Yugoslavian republics, how difficult for the projects from those countries to compete with the big stakeholders, the France, Germany, and so on. Because the budgets are low, it's not compatible, and but from other side, from the professional side, from the cultural side, it's very important that there will be possibilities. So we should think about the direction of working between these countries with a similar budget. Particularly, I am very insist in having the co-production with Georgia, for example, because there's very a lot of common things. And for a film that I produced, we used a lot of technical potential from Georgia at the time. It was in 2008 we were shooting here, and we didn't have any lighting system here yet. Anyway, but it's really naturally, it should naturally will be used, and the result is good for both for all participants, all countries. It's also open for you guys. If you have any questions or you want to express your opinion about this topic, please feel free. Just let me know, and then we will give you the floor. Because it's not only about 3 countries, it's about all of us and how we do this cultural exchange, how we collaborate, how we help each other in terms of the culture. So if you have any other questions, please feel free. Susanna, please.
I just have one comment regarding the new convention of cinematographic co-production, that for countries like Moldova and Armenia, it's not only new opportunities, or Montenegro, but also legal base. When 2 countries do not have a agreement, the formal agreement or framework. This co-production, I mean, this convention might be the legal base for the co-production, and this makes the things easier for producers to write the contracts, to to find the right framework for co-production. So just comment. And as regards other countries, we do really need the interstate agreements. I mean, agreements between, for example, Armenia and Iran about the production, to have this legal base for this. And
yeah, bilateral.
Bilateral, yeah, bilateral.
Yeah. Thank you. And also, I should mention the importance of the markets, the international festival and markets attached, because, for example, with Moldova, with Montenegro, head of the National Cinema Centers, since the National Cinema Center of Armenia started actively participate Berlin and Cannes with the booth for the last few years. We see the changes that we are on the panels in Israel, place in Cannes. We met Moldova and Montenegro heads there. So it started. And this year, I think Armenian films were presented in Montenegro because of that collaboration. And with Moldova, we had in several discussions and several meetings. And talking about also the heritage we are talking now, Andreas, if it will start to restore Parajanov's first film, that will be something very good to continue. Any other questions or remarks? Please be active. No? Joel, Jacques, just your input in collaboration.
As a matter of fact, even if the French cinema is a very big industry, we do collaborate with several, I mean, not several, but a lot of other countries. One French movie out of two is a co-production. The first country which with co-produced with is Belgium and Germany, the two main countries today. We produce between 200 and 230 new French long feature movies every year, and with 2/3 are majority French majority money, and 1/3 is France is just a co-producer. And but for us, and it has been like this for decades, the co-production is a very important thing, and I do know that the French Cinema Center is still signing bilateral agreements with lots of former Soviet republics up to now. Not all of them have been signed up to now, because it was very difficult since after the collapse of the Soviet Union, all the republics who were inheritance of the former Soviet French agreement. And Georgia was the first country after the collapse of the Soviet Union which wanted to get a bilateral agreement, and Armenia did, and Kazakhstan as well, as several countries now have bilateral agreements, and it helps. The thing is, you shouldn't think that it will increase the number of co-produced movies with your country, but it helps to do so if you have the right director, the right producer. It helps a lot. It doesn't increase. I mean, it's not because there is an agreement with Armenia that French producers won't absolutely make films with Armenia. They will make films in Armenia if they find a good Armenian script. And of course, the agreement helps in this case. But there will not be any I don't know, jump into some Armenian co-productions with France just because there is the agreement. No, the first thing is the script and the director.
And also what's important, that gives the legal base how to do it. Otherwise, it can be very exploitative. Yeah, please. Yeah.
Just to give an example for the French co-production, as Joel said, we do a lot of co-production, and there's a system that started like 20 years ago with our closest neighbor, the Luxembourg in Belgium. And we started to do co-production with them, like 70% in France, 20 in Belgium, and 10 in Luxembourg. And this system started, in the 2000 and worked really well, actually. Like basically a part of the shooting of the film is made in France and in Belgium, and the post-production is made in Belgium and in Luxembourg. Well, this is really typically from France, but I know that with the help of course, what the Belgian called the tax shelter, and they just started to help. Like you spend €1 in Belgium, but they give you back like €2 or €3. It depends on the country, but I know that this system started very small at the beginning of the 2006 or 2008, and now it got really bigger and it worked really well. So I don't know if it's something that a system that you should also work with your closest neighbors here.
Yeah, thank you. And yeah, you very often see if there's a French, then sometimes very often you see also Belgian joining in, it's understandable why. And our sample is when Wind Will Dropped, which was selected in 2020 for Cannes. It was a French, Belgian, Armenian co-production. It was very natural collaboration. I remember with that film when Julie was, after the film was selected and we were talking, she said when she came first time to shoot in Armenia, she was kind of scared because she, even being Armenian, she never worked with Armenian filmmakers. And then someone was doing French Georgian co-production, and she met him, another producer, who said, "Oh, if you go to that region, you should have everything from the bottle of water to shoot." And then she was so surprised when she came, and it was really for her big surprise that she didn't really know what's happening in this country and how it works. If there are talents, there are people who can work. You just need to know each other and work with together to get the good result. So that's why we all are doing all these panel discussions, meeting, networking. But person to person, when you come, then it's changed everything. So you are more open, you are working better. So that's thanks to National Cinema Center for bringing us all together here. Please, are there any comments or thoughts about collaboration and possibilities in collaboration? Feel free to raise your hands. We still have 5 minutes, or we can wrap up now to have a little bit more for your break. If do you have any word that you would like to add, like wrap up to close the no? Okay, înainte ceva să se parking.
Thing to add, so we can. I would like to add something that generally co-production the movie to have success in movie. Just to add what you has already said, you should have a good story and take your good story to make a movie. You should have a good identity, keep your identity. If you lose your face, you will lose your story. Do not try to look like the others. Stay where you are. I always say, each corner is interesting from which window I'm looking at it. Find your identity. Do not look like the others. It is the magic that will give you good movie. Good story is the base of your success of a movie. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just want to remind you that the next panel topic will be at 1 o'clock, which will be the switch from 3 o'clock. And it's the title is Panel Discussion, Film Festivals as a Way of Creating Intercultural Connections. So it kind of will continue this conversation with the different people. And then we will have lunch break, and then we will come back for panel discussion, restoration of film heritage challenges and opportunities. Plus, we will have roundtable just to wrap up the whole this conference and 2 days of meetings. So please come back at 1 o'clock, and we will continue. Thank you. do on time everything. Attention, please, dear colleagues, please take your seats. We are ready for the next panel. Arena with yeah, just sit there, and then we will see if Cecilia is joining us. Yeah, I know it's not easy task to go one after another panel, but that's our schedule. So our next panel, I already announced the topic. Karen, as the moderator, is here. As you know, we will try to bring them. We are doing it's in a process, but I want you will start, and then Cecilia will join. So yeah, both they are already here. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, both. Yeah, it will be the online connection. Yeah. So moderator of this panel, Karen Avetisyan, who is artistic director of Golden Apricot Film Festival. So the rest of the panelists, he will present himself. Thank you.
So I can already start presenting them already. So we have two wonderful panelists online that would like to welcome. Co-director of a wonderful festival of restored cinema in Bologna, Cinema Ritrovato, Cecilia Cenciarelli. The head of Fajr International Film Festival in Tehran and international manager of the Festival for Children and Youth in Isfahan, Mr. Raed Faridzadeh. And next to me is a specialist of cinema of Central and Eastern Europe, and a specialist of cinema of post-Soviet region, film historian and scholar, Mr. Joël Chapon. Thank you very much for being with us.
Merci beaucoup d'être avec nous.
Yeah, both offline and online. And is, for example, is Cecilia now online? May I address a question to her? Yeah, they are in a process of. Okay, so we may start and they may join. As far as our the recent experience was yesterday evening, and watching of restoration of Hello, It's Me by Frunze Dovlatyan, the 4K restoration that we had a unique opportunity in May to watch in its like home platform back in half century in Cannes Film Festival in Cannes Classics, and we have at least two specialists that are also focused in restoration, because Joël Chapon was presenting that film in the context of his knowledges of post-Soviet cinema, and Cecilia Cenciarelli is dealing with restorations due to her work every year. I would like to ask about the modern approaches of popularization of restored cinema and the difficulties in the context of tempo rhythm and modern perceptions, the perceptions of 21st century. I think it's a still actual question, and with every new generation, do the approaches remain the same, or do they change? How do you see that situation, the audience and the restoration, the old cinema, the old tempo rhythm, and the new perceptions, and how to deal with that. Yes, you may start, please.
Thanks a lot. Thanks. As I said already this morning, I think that there is a big new step now since the digitalization started, because to me, the restored movies are really widely shown only because, and with the behalf of the restorations, there were almost no interest of the big audience to the old movies. Before the digitalization, it was a very, very important step. And since then, there were some festivals which were very interested in showing old movies restored. All the big festivals now have even their own sections, like Cannes, Berlin, and Venice, but not only. There are specialized as well, like Bologna, or specialized festivals completely dedicated to these old movies. Now even journalists, critics, they speak about the new releases of old movies. So to me, it's a very important step which we are witnessing up to now. And it's quite difficult to say which kind of audience we see in the theaters. There were up to now almost no polls about who is going to see old movies. So it's only the beginning. I speak about France. But for instance, I've been working for the Lyon Film Festival, which was invented by Thierry Frémaux 15 years ago. And I've been working with him for 15 years and going to Lyon. Lyon last year, sorry, it was 180 old movies, 450 screenings, 180,000 viewers, 180,000 viewers completely dedicated to old movies, which is a very important mark, of course, and which means that people, all generations included, are really interested in rediscovering, I would say, the history of cinema. Because in France, the history of cinema, we had 2 decades ago, even 3 decades ago, we had to get it only from TV and cinematheques. It was the only way to learn about what, where, and which movies were done before the year you were screening movies, TV and cinematheques. Now you have platforms, you have still TV specialized even channels, you have theaters, you have festivals, and I do think that it's a very important step forward in discovering the history of several countries.
Yeah, but it's France. It's a very unique case. I mean, and it is very hard to project the same enthusiasm throughout the whole region and to other world.
I wouldn't speak about the rest of the world, but for instance, I was in Budapest 2 months ago because Georgia Raduli, who is the head of the Hungarian archives, being inspired by the Lyon success, founded a festival, Marathon Budapest Film Classic. And I could see that there were really big lines seeing old movies, not only Hungarian, but from all over the world. And just like here, there was also a conference and there were speeches and topics. I could read a topic about the history of Hungarian cinema in Cannes, for instance, and there were lots of topics which were interesting. And but topics, conferences, it's okay, but the theaters really, there were big lines for almost unknown movies. So I cannot say that it's all over the world, but at least the Hungarian experience inspired me.
So let's get acquainted with the Iranian experience with different continent and different perception and conception of cinema. And once again, would like to welcome Mr. Raed Faridzadeh and to ask him to share his own experience dealing with so-called old cinema and restoration, and not only about local cinema, because we understand that it is other type of interests and attachment to our own cinema. But as far as he is dealing with international cinema in Tehran, so please share your thoughts and experience. Thank you.
So good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Karanjan, can you hear me? So, hello, it's a honor, a pleasure being presented, at least online. It's a pity that I missed the opportunity to be there and actually see all my dearest friends, but at least this kind of opportunity to meet you online, it's also a wonderful privilege for me. So, and thank you for your actually question, and thank you to Georges Chaperon for his introduction. As you know, we established a special section also for the restored movies at Faj International Film Festival around 6-7 years ago. And normally every year we do have at least 1, 2, 3 restored version, international and Iranian one. As you know, the National Cinema Heritage Center is responsible for restoring the old Iranian movies, and we do have the same cultural heritage actually. So 123 3 years ago, as the Iranian cinema was invaded by Iranian filmmakers. So we do share actually the same historical and cultural roots. So that's why the restoration of the old Iranian movies are important not only for the Iranian cinema, but it's a part of the cultural world heritage. And therefore, we established a special section in our international film festival, the Faj International Film Festival, and exactly the same experience that Mr. Chaperon mentioned. For me personally, was Iranian young talented filmmakers that they are willing and are interested to come into cinema halls and watch the old movies which are restored and digitalized, because there is a new access to the history of cinema, and without any explanation, without any further actually necessary information, you can get in to the world of the cinema. And this is a unique experience that our audience made, and that's why we established, and we are also collaborating with different film festivals for the restored version. So for this edition of the Faj Film Festival, which will be the beginning of February, we are planning to have some restored films from the old Italian movies, hopefully one from Armenia, and also a special section regarding the old movies of Dariush Mehjoui, the late Dariush Mehjoui, who passed away recently, and we missed him. Actually, we discussed with the festival directors, and we will establish a special section for him within the Faj International Film Festival. And this is actually the way of communication, because this is also the title of your panel, the film festival, as a way of creating the only media that there is no need of having a verbal translator. You can, without any kind of verbal translation, get into the world of the science, get into the world of the film, and you can also interpret yourself the world of the creator of the film. And this is the which the German philosophers tells as a horizon of the fusion of the horizons. So there is a horizon of the film, and there's your horizon of the recipient, and this kind of fusion make a new make the work be gain alive, and there is a new birth of the work by the recipients. This actually makes the restoration so interesting and so fantastic for our audience.
Thank you very much. And the next question is about the thing I recently think of the fact that the festivals and the adepts of author cinema, of art cinema, seems that we live in a so-called closed circle, in a kind of a bubble. And how do you stand up for this statement or this judgment, and how do you see the ways out of this bubble, if we may say so, or and do we need that way out at all? You may start once again, Raed.
So I think the question is, yeah, okay. So it's actually a very, very interesting question, and also the difficulties that we have to present the artistic cinema among the, you know, the usual cinema, as it's more for the entertainment. So that's actually the way of, or the role, the main role of the film festivals, to bring something new and present something new from another perspective. So that it's not only the usual way of going to cinema and watching the entertainment films, but even have the chance to get connected with a work which offer you the opportunity for a better standing, for a better cultural understanding with others. And this is actually the unique potential of cinema, and especially the artistic cinema, because as you know, our cinema is more famous for its artistic movies, Kiarostami, Mehjui, Rahnama, and all other Iranian legends in this era. And so I think there is somehow our responsibility, together with your country and with the Armenian culture, to build up a connection, or trying to establish a platform for presenting, especially at our film festival, this this opportunity for the providing this opportunity to the artistic filmmakers to bring up their films, and also for the cinephiles, and also for the new talented filmmakers to get connected with them and to see that they are not alone. There is a huge colony of artistic filmmakers, and maybe especially our cinema and our festivals should connect it more closer in this regard.
So yeah, I'm sorry for put it in a very primitive and simple way, but what is higher priority, to bring new cinema to the same audience, or other cinema to, or the same cinema to other audience, to a new audience?
So I think it could be both. So because you have already your audience, but to attract the interest for the new groups of talented and young filmmakers, to get the chance to even be connected with their old heritage and to reinterpret it in their own way. I think this is the main potential that the cinema brings. It's actually for everyone, and you have the choice for actually obtaining a perspective for new and other interpretation. Therefore, it could be both. And what you have to do is to give the platform or the opportunity for encountering cinema from different perspectives.
Thank you.
I would like to say that mainly festivals, of course, they highlight movies. The Cannes Film Festival, Berlin, or whatever, the Golden Apricot, they make highlights on movies, mainly new movies. But with the help of the festivals, even old restored movies are highlighted by festivals. The thing is that how is it possible to make the movies restored being shown in a festival, afterwards being shown in the theaters, because festivals, we do know that it's a very short time, it's 1 week, even sometimes it's less, and so how can we make the thing that these movies will be shown afterwards in the theaters? As you said, Karen, maybe I don't have the impression that I live in a bubble, but maybe it's the French exception, because we have the chance, of course, to have several incentives. And for instance, even the theaters which show deliberately, if they want it, a certain amount of old restored movies are being supported financially in France. They are labelized. And the labelization is called Le Patrimoine. Le Patrimoine is film heritage. And if a theater wants really by itself to screen, I don't remember the number of screenings by year, but if he respects this obligation that he made to himself, then he is partially financed by the CNC as well. So that's why I'm really, after the festivals, I'm traveling a lot around France, presenting movies, because there is another point. When you make a new movie somewhere, it's good when you have the director presenting it. But if he's not here, the audience would see the movie and would understand the movie. When you take an old movie from a specific country, it must be accompanied by someone who will explain the context of the production of the movie, the political context in which the movie has been made. And it's very important for these old movies to be accompanied every time. Otherwise, the audience might not understand what is inside the movie. When you see a new movie, even from a very different country, you more or less know the situation of the country by the news, by the TV, whatever. When you see an Armenian movie from the 60s and you are in Paris, someone should explain what was Armenia in the 60s at this particular time, what was the history of the Soviet Union at this particular time, what were the difficulties the director faced, etc. You have to accompany the old movies. And I speak about Armenian, but even I presented even Frank Capra in Lyon, or Robert Altman, the 60s. I always try to remind the audience with what was the context in which the movie has been made. And it's usually made at the festivals. It's not very often made in the theaters, but it has to be.
If we may speak a little about the politics, I want to ask about as far as at the very time we live in a very politicized world, and what do you think how politicized the festivals should be? And because it's becoming with every year and every turns in the world, it's becoming harder and harder. And I'm not talking about just cultural politics, but about the relations with, let's say, real current ongoing historical processes in the world. And to make it simple, driven by art and driven by agenda, how do you see the balance?
It's a very difficult topic and very difficult question, because politics is always involved in all the festivals. As far as your festival is more or less supported by the state, you you understand that there are some things that should be made, some announcements that should be made, and we faced the problem 2 years ago, 1 year ago, and this year as well at the Cannes Film Festival with Russian movies, for instance, but not only. The Israeli movies, the Palestinian movies, it's always a specific approach in Cannes, and not only in Cannes. So even if, when you want art to be completely disconnected of politics, it's absolutely not possible. And you have to face it, trying to, if you want to screen some movies which you think there could be problems, you have to handle it, which is very difficult sometimes. We do try not to exclude anybody, not to exclude any movie just because of the nationality of the movie. We want to screen the movie, and then we try to decide how we can handle this problem due to the situation, as we did last year with Serebrennikov, Tchaikovsky's wife, as the director's fortnight this year, they screened a Russian movie as well. And they didn't want to listen to the protests because they thought that the movie is worth, and but it's a very big problem. I don't know any festival which is not connected to politics, even if it doesn't want, because it's partially financed by the state.
Have some general thoughts on that, just. Right.
So do you hear me? Yeah.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, so if you can hear, because I think there's a delay, there's a short delay between what I'm saying and what you're receiving. So actually, I totally agree with Jean Chapron. So you cannot be disconnected with the politics, but the main difficult thing is to find a balance between giving the artistic freedom for everyone and the freedom of speech, providing them to tell their point of view artistically via their films and via their films, and also giving the also the political touch or the political point of view of the festival and festival makers. It's always difficult. So you cannot be disconnected with the politics, but how you can deal with it. And if you can take this kind of critical approach, that even you can show the films and bring up in the context and try to specify your position to the films, but also give the chance for the filmmakers to have another point of view of regarding the political issues in the world. That's what's really crucial and difficult during the last years. The problem that we faced also with different film festival was the same. So that even not to exclude filmmakers because of their nationality and their cultural background. I think this is very, very difficult, and it's easier to say that you have to provide the artistic freedom, but if you are supported by the state and by the government, you have also to have some frameworks, and within these frameworks, I think we shall give the opportunity to everyone to express their opinion, and later on, if there's a need for more clarification or discussion, we can do it. And I think the film festival should be the place where the artistic approach of the usual and normal social issue should be a priori, and later on, the space for discussion should be created by the filmmakers and also by the audience. But anyway, it's easier to say as to handle, because, as you know, there is some obstacles and difficulties and barriers because unfortunately there is a mixture of art and politics. You cannot divide them, and you cannot ignore them. But I think as far as you can provide the space for expressing freely your opinion, that could make a festival more interesting.
But still, on the other hand, if you take the history of the three main film festivals, they have been invented for political reasons. Venice by Mussolini, Cannes because of the Venice of Mussolini, Berlin because of East Germany, Soviet regime, communist regime, so the Americans wanted to have their own festival. So if we compare the situation of the big festivals now with the one which was during the 50s, the 60s, even the 70s, well, the 70s, it's the beginning of the changes, but the 50s and the 60s, it was only political. It was just politics. The Cannes Film Festival could select its own movies only after 1972. Up to this year, only the countries were selecting the movies. They were sending the movies, and Cannes was screening the movies. There were big scandals between the Soviet delegations, the German delegation, the American delegations during the 50s. And in Italy, it was the same. So finally, maybe it sounds strange, but the situation now is very different. And I would say even there is there is more freedom now that it used to be in the 50s when it was the big time of the cinema. We just forgot how political all these festivals were. And so now we still face, of course, big problems. But finally, I would say the final word comes to the festival itself. And but before, it came to the government.
Thank you. And
so you mentioned a very interesting point. Yeah, no, because actually, Joel mentioned a very interesting point, because when I took at that time was totally against protests against the film festival, and 30 years and 25 years later, he was the head of the Berlinale Film Festival, the head of the jury. So that means that there is a process of inclusion, so that maybe also the old protesters and the people who were against the film festival at that time, 20 years after. So maybe it shows that if you are working correctly according to your principles, and later on, if you are looking back, also the people who were against you at that time right now could be a part of your event.
During many decades, there was a huge festival focus on American cinema and European cinema, and we had a lot of underrepresented countries that had their own 100 years of cinema history. For example, 100 other countries. But cinema history also focused on some 5-6 countries, maybe France, USA, Germany, Soviet Union, Japan, maybe. Very limited number of countries. But parallelly, we had another centennials of dozens of countries. And how do you see this need of alternative cinema history, alternative glance at the history of cinema, and of this process of reviewing the history of cinema?
I still insist on the digitalization, which helped a lot, because we have to remember how difficult it was to send movies, not knowing before if it will be sold to a distributor if it will be selected by a festival, and lots of film studios or countries wouldn't even send their movies to Cannes, Berlin, whatever, Venice, etc., because of the price, because it was difficult, because of the subtitling, etc. And the new digitalization and the new technologies gave the opportunity to everyone to send these movies and to be shown to the distributors, to the festivals. It's a very big step forward as well. As for the countries, for the history of the cinema, and for I would say personal movies, because we do, as festival, we do receive movies which are not sent by any film studio or even some producers. We do receive now movies to be shown by I would say quotations, small director who made it by himself. So now with this digitalization, we have access to old movies which we didn't even know about, even in the history. Even now, we showed 2 Albanian movies in Lyon, one last year, one this year. Nobody would know nothing about Albanian movies. I can assure you that Armenian movies, if we compare, it's just US. So it's really very important that now, with the help of the new technologies, we can have access to these movies we didn't know nothing about. And all the countries now try to turn back to their own cinema, to their own history, digitalization, and sending to the new festivals dedicated to the history of cinema. Bologna, Lyon, Budapest, and several other festivals, Cannes, Berlin, Venice with the new sections, and it's very important now. So personally, I think that not only the festivals but the audience is very interested in knowing something new by the history of cinema, not knowing only something new by the TV, the news, or the documentaries, but by the eyes of a director somewhere, sometime, that he wanted to express himself in a specific country at a specific time. And I do hope that it's largely shared now by the audience to try to discover something new with the help of the cinema, not the documentaries, not the news, but the artistic view.
Right.
So actually, I missed the first part of your question, but I understood actually regarding what you would like to mention. I totally agree with Joel. I can also bring some concrete example. The wind chess, which was made by Mohammad Reza Aslani, actually around 47 years ago. It was a very alternative making film by the filmmakers at that time. But it wasn't well received in the pre-Islamic pre-revolution time in Iran. And after that, actually 2 or 3 years ago, as it was restored by Cannes Film Festival and the Bologna, it was a revival of the film, and and it was a new discussion, and also the context of the film and the alternative approach of filmmaking at that time. It was fantastic. So we discovered a filmmaker which wasn't at his time very important, or the film wasn't important for the audience, but right now is within the discourse of the alternative filmmaking, and it shows how important is the digitalization and the restoration of the films, so that after a while, if you are going back and you are watching the films, the film could be interpreted in new and could be rebirthed for the audience in our time, and it could also frame another discussion, not only in the local country, but also for the whole world. And it shows how important it is to have this kind of alternative, because it shows the otherness of others to us, not only for a specific time, but also beyond all the time and all the time, and without recognizing and of the localness of the film.
And I wanted to add as well, because we didn't mention him, but I wanted to remind the huge contribution of Martin Scorsese with the World Foundation, because he's really one of the few influential people who made the history of cinema actual, I would say, because for now, for several years, he has been with this foundation restoring lots of movies, and not American movies. Some of them are American, but very few. And since he's a very influential person, he did inspire lots of people. And there are now some foundations in Europe which really help the restoration, and they are in touch with the World Foundation. MK2 is one of the representatives of the World Foundation of Martin Scorsese, and it was when he founded this foundation, it was a very big step forward as well for the implementation of the history of cinema today.
Yeah, unfortunately, our time is up. Thank you very much. Thanks, Mr. Farizadeh, and good luck to all your festivals, and especially the two of them that are presided by you. Thank you.
If someone from audience has a question.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. And unfortunately, Cecilia wasn't be able to connect technically, so that's why she didn't appear. But if there's one question from audience, from the participants, please go ahead.
I just had one remark on the talk when you were just at the beginning of the discussion, when you were mentioning the funds, and because of course in France we have funds to help festivals to screen classic films, but it's not only about France, because it was actually on the 2023 guidelines for European festival. If you wanted to get the fund from Eurimage, for example, or Media, the EU fund, you needed to have a classic section. So with so many other classic section in Bergen, for example, or in Tallinn, in fact, they used to have a classic section, but it's getting bigger and bigger also with the help of the EU.
Definitely, and Cannes Classic is one of my favorite sections. I always looking what's there, and if I'm there, I'm trying to see several films, because it really brings a lot of interesting stuff to the new viewers. Thank you very much to all of you. It's a break, for long break. You know where to go, what to do, but please be back at 3 sharp, that we will start for the last panel, and then we will have wrap up round table. Thank you very much.
and opportunities.
We would do this in English. In English. Sorry. All right. It's just like us and the friends here today. So, but doesn't matter. I hope we're gonna have a good talk on an issue that I'm particularly passionate about and concerned about, which is preservation and restoration of film heritage. So for those of you who don't know, I don't think anybody who doesn't know, but my name is Vigen Galistyan. I used to run the Film Heritage Department of the National Cinema Center. And since July this year, I've passed on that responsibility to wonderful Ophelia, who's running the department now and has to make do with all the craziness. Yeah. So it's a pleasure to have with us today our very esteemed, distinguished guests, and I'm just going to briefly present them. So Lukasz Szczeranka of Fixa Film Poland is here with us. Lukasz.
Hello.
Did I pronounce your surname correctly?
Almost nobody did, also in Poland, so I stopped caring about it a long time ago.
You have to tell me the correct pronunciation anyway. So Lukasz has been, of course, and Fixa Film have been a great partner of the NCCA for quite a few years now, and the amazing work you did on the Parajanov outtakes and Akopovna Tanyan's film and many, many other amazing restorations you've done for both Soviet cinema, but also Polish and European cinema is widely acknowledged around the world. And we also have Piotr Ruzhenkov, who represents Prasad Corporation, which is based in Chennai in India. Hello, Piotr.
Bonjour tout le monde. Oui, je représente Prasad, une société indienne, mais je suis basé à Paris et je couvre le marché européen.
Great. So it's good that I know French. So.
Love it. It's fascinating.
Я могу на русском. Вопросы.
I can ask the questions in Russian.
But you getting translation.
Just type once on the I can also in Russian and in French.
And last but not least, Vinovskis of Locomotive Studios from Latvia. And of course, we had the immense pleasure of collaborating with Locomotive on the restoration of Frunze Dovlatyan's Hello, It's Me. Was it? We started last year, Roberts? Yes. Yeah. And we started last year, and the restored version of the film was presented at the Cannes Film Festival, at the classic section of the Cannes Film Festival this year, which was an immense honor. And of course, a huge honor to have Cecilia here. Hello, Cecilia.
Hello, everybody. Good morning.
Would that be correct estimate, Cecilia?
Unfortunately, you
and of course, Cecilia is closely involved with historic cinema in the world. So,
well,
recording stopped.
Here with
Recording
us today.
in progress.
Thank you.
That's good to know. All right. So, I mean, the topic we're covering today, film restoration, opportunities and challenges, is quite wide and complex, and there's many layers to it. So we're gonna try to cover basically an overview of the current situation without really necessarily digging into some of the more thornier aspects, but I'm sure we'll touch on them too. Is my Seines genug galisa, чем Pascal. Seines genug galisa, normal. So maybe we can just start briefly with each of the speakers kind of giving us a very, very quick overview of their companies and, you know, the kind of position you occupy in your respective countries. Would that be okay? Yeah, Lucas, would you like to start?
Okay. So Fixa Film, it's a privately held company. It was founded 11 years ago, and we are focused on restoration and post-production. In terms of restoration market in Poland, there is really two bigger companies in the market. So we are one of them with, I think, more or less 60% of this market. But there are also like restoration team in state-funded institutions like Polish Film Archive have their own team. Polish Television has also their own team, and they're restoring materials from Polish television. Yes, and there are also WFDF. It's kind of a big film studio who inherited all the materials from before 1990s. So they held like rights to the 90% of that older movies in Poland. So we work with of course the Polish movies. There was a big push in the years 2017, 2020, where there was a European fund for digitization. It was part of the greater initiative to create, to allow people to connect with all the cultural heritage, and films is just a part of it, because there was there was like digitization of the old architectural building, like full 3D scans of them and making exact plans. So you are able to just really make a virtual tour through them, etc. So it is the digitization of books. So it was quite a big program. During that, we digitized and restored over, I think, 160 movies. So that was a quite big push for us. And now we are back scaled down a bit to our normal round, like, I don't know, 10, 15 movies a year. The bigger ones, of course. I'm not counting here the television, because they are just restoring their own materials. So that's the Poland, and we work really with everybody around the world. We do the Mexican movies, some films from Great Britain, German movies. So we are like working with everybody really, and also we started with a few years back with Armenia, Georgia, and Ukraine to just try to get back to the public the film heritage that's in this country, because I think it's hugely underrepresented, mainly because of lack of proper masters. Really, it's just you can't really show them because they are just old SD resolution masters. It's just hard to. Nowadays, there are just festivals that don't want to show them because it's just not up to the standards that are currently doing. So I think Hello It's Me, it's just a good example of starting that process in Armenia. So congratulations on that.
Thanks, Lucas. I mean, we'll come back to that question about showing old masters, and you know, I want to take up that topic later on. But over to you, Piotr. So I'm very interested to hear about Prasad Corporation from India, because India is, of course, becoming a major player in this field. So can you tell us a bit more about that?
Merci pour la question. Prasad Corporation, c'est une société
Prasad
indienne qui était
Corporation is an Indian company that was founded already 69 years ago. And it should be said that first it was a studio for post-production, and it was a bit later that the family, the descendants of Mr. Prasad, started working in this direction. And also it's connected with archives. We are presented in all of the continents. We have offices in Germany, in Paris, in London, and Los Angeles. We have representatives also in Japan, so we work on all of the continents. And today, I believe that Prasad is the biggest company in the world because 1,500 people work there. And if we're thinking about digital restoration, there are 450 people that are permanent staff. We're restoring all of the films from all across the world. It could be American, it could also be European, from Asia. That is why when we're talking about the experience and we're talking about the restoration and the practice of restoration, we actually know that these experiences can be very different across different countries. There are different specifications, different practices in different countries, and we can match them and we can respect the whatever is happening in each country, the customs, the traditions. Besides, what should be mentioned is that it could be said that in India, it's at the forefront of restoration work. It has its own photochemical labs, because if we're talking about restoration, today's topic is, of course, about opportunities and challenges. There is a photochemical restoration and physical preparation before the scanning of the film and before it will be digitalized. I believe that today it is important to say that when the digital cinema appeared, and this was at the end of the 2010s, the photochemical laboratories, they disappeared. And today, the few existing laboratories, in particular, our colleagues from Red Slovakia can speak about this, or our colleagues from Paris can also state this. Today, these laboratories one can enumerate these laboratories. There are around 10 laboratories in the world which can do complete photochemical restoration, and certain archives actually have cars or an equipment which would be helpful for the film, and that this is special equipment, and this is part of the challenges because the people who were providing equipment, they also disappeared because there was no market for this. And today I can state that the challenge of Prasad is sometimes to simply find the necessary equipment, the compatible equipment, and you know very well that before scanning, the films are cleaned by HF or by pelchlorine or by alcohol. Alcohol has not yet been prohibited, and I hope it will not be done but this is in the list scenario. Pelchlorethylene is gradually being prohibited in European countries because it causes cancer, it's a chemical substance. So I believe that there will be serious challenges in finding producers who can have the substances and equipment and even the details of the small parts of the equipment. This is why I would like to draw your attention to this topic. I am coming from the world of cinema, from the world of equipment, and we have colleagues and customers who are continuing to call us, even though I no longer work there. This is a company called Debris. Debris is a famous producer in France. We have a problem with the small parts of equipment, and Imagine Retrobat has colleagues who are calling me because they cannot find this or that equipment, or this or that part of equipment. And thus, I believe, we cannot say that these producers that exist today will exist in 5 years' time. This is the first part. And that's how I would be finishing up. And we need to understand what are the challenges and opportunities today. This is to understand the artificial intelligence. This is the sophistication of the tools for digital restoration, because we don't know whether I'm convinced that people who are behind this are doing their best, but maybe in 5 or 10 years' time, there would be other opportunities to restore, to quickly restore all of this. So this is an ethical question, and I would like to talk about it today. Why? Because digital restoration in the USA is different. It only calls for, let's say, pristine, let's say, pure restoration of high quality, and it's mostly commercial restoration. And then if we're looking at the restoration of the archival philosophy, Italy, France, and other centers of cinema, where they're doing their best to keep the original, without making certain changes and trying to be as faithful as is possible. So these are real challenges, and the opportunities arise with the new software.
To some of the issues you've raised, especially the challenge of AI, I think it's a very pertinent question today. But I want to pass the word to Robert Winovskis of Lokomotiv. And Robert, can you just very briefly outline maybe just what Lokomotiv does?
I'll be short. The company is it's called Lokomotiv Classics, and it's a branch of a bigger company, Studio Lokomotiv, which works also in production and post-production and all kind of technical services for the movies, like the camera, lights, rental, and etc., etc. So we have the head office in Riga, Latvia, but also offices in our neighbor countries, Lithuania and Estonia, and we are working actively in this region, but also in wider Europe and the world. So we're working with film restoration for about 15 years. It grew out from, as you know, film restoration is in a way technically connected with film post-production, but it's not the same. It has some very specific things and specific experience needed to work in that field. Well, we can discuss those details later. Another thing is that beside the film restoration, we also and restore all kind of video archives, including some very exotic ones and forgotten formats from as far back as 70s of the last century. So, and there are huge amounts of those as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, video preservation is a kind of another frontier that we often forget about, and the enormous amount of visual material that was produced on video is now, in fact, even more endangered than films produced on 35 or 16 millimeter film stock. Now, I mean, your companies have carved up a really formidable place in the industry, I think. And what's really interesting to observe, especially in the last maybe 5 or 10 years is the expansion of this field across the world. I mean, if, I don't know, 10 or 15 years ago, you known companies that were highly respected in the field, like, for example, Eclair in France, yeah, or the Bologna Labs, obviously. Now we have companies such as Prasad Corp restoring American films, and I'd be curious to know if there are any quite well-known examples that you referred. Maybe, so we're seeing this expansion, and it's interesting to me whether this is a challenge for you guys as businesses. Like, is this competition making life difficult for you, or is it just kind of expanding the business? Do you want to start? You like the competition, or do you want them gone?
Like, it's all about a bit of quality. As you said, there is different ways of restoring things, but above all, there is like the bad restoration and the good restoration. So as long as somebody doing a good job, I'm absolutely happy with them. I'm happy to discuss. I would love to have people like technically better than me, because that means I can learn from them and not try to figure it out by myself. So now I think there's enough of work for all the companies. It is just, let's do good movies and something we are proud of on the screen. And as long as that's true, I'm happy for the competition.
Robert?
Well, I would agree, and the world is big, and we discussed it a few days ago. What is the approximate percentage of the film archives worldwide, or let's say in Europe, digitized at the moment, and those numbers are not big, and there are many and I think that we come to the point where digitization is even more important than restoration at this moment in order to preserve. And if it's preserved in the right way, it can be restored anytime in the future. But we know that film lasts for a very long time, but still degrading every year, little by little. So it's better to do it sooner rather than later. And the amount of digitized movies worldwide now, it's not a big number. It's maybe 1/3, maybe even less.
Piotr, do you see yourself as competition to these more established, or better known companies, or do you how do you see yourself in the market being based in sort of India?
Vous savez, je pense que la concurrence, d'un côté, c'est une bonne chose, mais en sachant que nous ne sommes pas nombreux sur ce marché, en sachant que Prasad, c'est un mastodonte, si je peux
Market
dire.
were not many, and we know that Prasad is simply a company, a sole company. In this case, we don't have direct competition when it comes to restoration films. But the opposite is true. Prasad is present everywhere. It's ubiquitous. We're working always with our local colleagues, local partners, and we have the same situation in France, where we're doing our best to do partnership, because this is the right approach, because we're not planning to go to war. This is not good for anything. We're not going to fight. Our approach is to make sure that we complement each other, because Fixapil, Locomotive, these companies that are really small, comparatively small, I should be saying. Of course, we collaborate with them, and it is our desire to support these companies so that we can help them, we can be useful to them if necessary. As well as that, we can exchange experience in the restoration film, because if we're talking about American films and you're talking about Indian cameramen, camera women, then this have to complement each other. They have to influence each other, and we have to absolutely understand what the result is that is expected by the customer. So in this case, we of course work in close collaboration and with a consultation with the archives in Europe and with our colleagues so that we can understand what our expectations are. I have a very good and vivid example. We worked in India and simply we wanted to make sure that photochemical restoration can be done and can be done practically. I and the National Archive with this laboratory we would work. We started working from the scratch. We also imagine in Retrovata we started doing with them work. This was work for the teams with whom we were working, so we could start working on this and restore the films which were shown on different platforms. This is cooperation, which actually brings to certain results. And it's really important to share this approach, to share this vision, and not simply to fight, to be at war. We have to be positively tuned. At the same time, if we're talking about 4K, about 8K, we need to understand that when the time comes and there should be the possibility to do the restoration, that would be really good.
An important question here regarding the digitization of film heritage. And I would like to direct this question to Cecilia. Cecilia, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. I can hear you. Great.
So yes, I mean there is a major issue with digitally preserving, this cinematic heritage content, but the question always comes back down to what needs to be digitally preserved. Should absolutely everything be digitally preserved? Should we, for example, a country like Armenia, should it be striving to digitize absolutely all of its film heritage, or should we have some kind of policies in place where we are selective in this approach? Because obviously the costs associated with digitization and preservation are absolutely ginormous. So what's your take on this?
Well, obviously it's a very complex issue. I'd like to add a few words before I answer your question. My standpoint is slightly different than my colleague over there because I in fact work in a film archive. So I work at the Cineteca di Bologna, but one of the things that is very specific to our laboratory, Immagine Ritrovata, is that this is the only laboratory that is working worldwide that was created within a cinematheque. So let's say that either by chance or by vision or because of the Italian tradition with restoration, especially in paintings and works of art, our approach has always been very, so to speak, holistic before this word came into fashion, very organic. So there's a step that we haven't really mentioned, which is the research, because yes, of course, as my colleague Peter said before, each restoration is a different challenge. There's a preparation to the restoration. We very much believe in the research that precedes even the technical aspect. And I also would like to join what has been said, that we've always believed in working in a collegial way. We've held restoration training courses since 2007, and some of the trainee that we had went subsequently to create their own lab or to work in a film archive. And we believe that this is really the only way, this exchange is the only way to move forward, because we all learn from the others. So I just wanted to add this. And I also wanted to add that l'Immagine Ritrovata has recently acquired Agifilm, which was a photochemical laboratory in Holland that had bankrupted, and they asked for our help. And so now we have a large facility that does nothing but photochemical, because we do believe that photochemical still really stands a chance. And as was said before, the machinery, but especially the knowledge on how to use this machinery, which is what's going to be extinct very soon. Now, in terms of your question, not to take too much of the time, every single operation in an archive, so this now I'm talking on an archive point of view, but I'm also talking on the FIAF point of view, the International Federation of Film Archive, which I'm part of the committee right now, the executive committee. So many of you might know that there are specific recommendations on preservation and digitalization. Every single operation that is done in an archive comes with a choice. There's also should be made very clear that the words we're using today that for us are very familiar, you might notice that in a general sense, I'm sure many of you have heard people saying, oh, this is a new remastered version. What does that mean, remaster? What does that mean to digitize for preservation? What does that mean to restore? The use of those words is actually very important, and it's up to us to make really this meaning really clear when those words are used. Because one thing that I'm finding more and more true is that sometimes digitization is made, and I completely agree, it should be made in case in the future they're funding to do a complete workflow for restoration. But sometimes there's a misunderstanding. And so when there are funding for restoration, somebody says, no, but that film has already been restored. And so it gets even more endangered that way, because we think the work has been done, but the work hasn't been done. And so that film is sort of classified as already fine, but then we should look into what has been done. So that's another problem that we're encountering. Digitization is very expensive, and also digitization should be done according to certain parameters. So I know that there's some who feel this digitization should entail some sort of intervention, but digitization per se, per conservation purposes, should be done always raw, because one of the laws of restoration, and also hence starting from digitization, which is the foundation of a good restoration work, always need to be reversible. So if you digitize, but you already intervene in that digitization, that's not going to be a good foundation for a future restoration, because you don't know, it needs to reflect exactly the material as it digitized. In terms of the choices, I think when a film archive finds itself in front of this choice and a budget, we all have to work with budgets. I think it's important to stress that a lot of our film archive budgets should still be devoted to preserving whatever good material you have in your archive. That's a primary function. I know that some film archives are having issues with digitizing, for instance, the fine grains that were made in the last 20 years, because it's easier, faster, cheaper to digitize a fine grain that was made 20 years ago than to digitize the good old camera negative you have, which is more expensive, might require different machines. If you have nitrate, you have to have the right machine. So it's really important when you digitize or when you lay out a strategy and your budget, your annual budget, to really understand what you need to preserve. So if you have a cold storage for a limited amount of films and you have some of your collection that's really precious, and then you think about digitizing those later, but clearly you should never digitize, in my opinion, everything. It's always about choices and about a right balance between the ethics, the knowledge of your collection, and the specific needs of your collection, the time period, the state of preservation. So those are all elements that need to come into the picture when you make those decisions. I'm sorry, my answer was a little too long, maybe.
No, thank you for that very comprehensive and insightful answer, Julia. Indeed, it's a big question as to what kind of policies each of these our institutional archives makes, and having some kind of a general policy that you know, archives around the world would take on, because and in this instance, NCCA has been very fortunate to join the FIA family, you know, because you know, having those sort of guidelines, it seems at first mere formality, but it really sets the kind of framework which allows you to develop your own preservational policies according to the needs of a country like Armenia. And in our case, you know, it seems that, you know, every single piece of film matters. So, you know, we would like to eventually reach the point where we do have this entire heritage digitized, although considering the current the frequency of the current projects, you know, this is going to take many decades. So, but one of the things that you raised was regarding the cost of restoration. You know, I've been coming to the FIAF Congress for the past 2 years, and you know, also taking part in the market, which, you know, gives you an insight on new technologies, new softwares, also new companies and old companies that are in this market. And there seems to be a great diversity of both hardware and software, which claims to do amazing things, you know, like all sorts of things. Yet the cost of digital restoration isn't going down at all, which makes it very difficult for countries such as Armenia, which don't necessarily have restoration labs of their own, to digitize and especially restore their heritage. And as you mentioned, if you don't have these films in a restored sort of pristine condition, you can't really put them out there in the world. So, you know, it creates huge problems for representation, you know, on a world stage. So why isn't this job becoming a little bit more accessible and affordable, Lukasz?
I think there are a few factors here. One factor is that good restoration 10 years ago, it's absolutely something different than good restoration now. The quality of this material that we finalize just still going up and up. So this, let's say, creates a situation where yeah, the computers are faster, the programs are getting better, but this does not go into like a bit cheaper, but it goes for better quality. That's one, let's say, one approach to it. The second is, at the end of the day, all the programs are not good enough to work on itself. You still need a very skilled team of restoration artists, and like people labor is just getting more expensive, not less. So really the cost of the restoration artists are just major part of every restoration. So yeah, that's for it. And in terms of like affordability, there is a I think variety what we can do really, because as a fixer film we done restoration for like 3,000 euro, and we done restoration for, I don't know, 70, 80,000 euro, and both were done. With 3,000, I'm not talking about the digitization, just pure restoration. Yeah. So there is a whole economy about it. What you can do, what you want to do. If you do it properly, I think it's possible to get good results in terms of on lower prices, but we need to all agree what we are expecting out of it. And there is always a temptation to use too many automatic tools, which just makes jobs much easier, but they also destroy the image. So there's always a balance here to do it. So yeah, those are those aspects of it.
Yeah, I mean, we tend to forget that you know, despite the incredible sophistication of these software programs, you still need that sort of informed human hand to be guiding them. And, it is a very, very time-consuming task, as I myself found out while supervising the restoration of Hello, It's Me, because it's like, you'd be watching the same scene, I don't know, 150 times just to make sure whether, a scratch has been properly removed or not.
Yeah, this is something like a rule of diminishing return. So let's say for the first 20%, you got 80% of the result. And sorry, 20% work, you got 80% of the results. But getting to that, but not many people wants that stop at that 80%. They want really good, the best they can. So going always to that 100%, the closer you are, the more expensive it is to get a bit higher with the overall quality. And it's you never get to the 100. Like restoration, it's never 100% perfect. There's always something you can improve, really. So it's just always a question, where do I stop with that pursuit of perfection, really? And in most cases, that point is just when the budget ends. That's the point when you need to finish, really.
Indeed. But talking about sort of aiming for perfection, is AI technology going to have kind of a decisive impact on this industry, Roberts? What do you think?
I think it's not a question to me. I have heard of AI, but
well, maybe Piotr can expound.
It's really something very, very new, and we can only fantasize how it's going to develop. But at the moment, I think the human hands and human brain behind the restoration is how we work, and most likely will continue for some time. Of course, this new technology will bring some change, but anyway, I believe that we will still deal with the humans behind all of it.
Can I add?
Yes, Cecilia.
I'm sorry. This is a topic that I really care about. When we talk about perfection, what is this perfection based upon? It's our perception of 2023 eyes and experience. I'm 49. I have a certain experience. My eyes have seen certain things when I was young. I'm a pre-digital born, right? So our theaters are equipped in a certain way. Our theaters were equipped in a certain way 20 years ago, 30 years ago. So as Luca said before, yes, you stop when the budget ends, but you also, I think we have, from our point of view, because we are a film archive and our laboratory stems from this vision, we have a historical responsibility. It's, of course, we all have clients. When L'Immagine Ritrovata doesn't work with film archives and they have clients, they want certain things completely clean when they shouldn't be completely clean, they try to guide the judgment. I think it's our responsibility as laboratories to at least try to pour into the client's understanding that our job is not to have a slick, polished image that fits with the mega HR 4K, 8K television sets. Our purpose is to historically recreate as close as possible the image and the sound that came out at the time the film was conceived by a filmmaker. It's a very specific thing. If I'm going to restore a fresco in a church from the medieval times, I'm not gonna go say, oh, let's just have a super shiny red. I'm gonna go study the pigments that were used in the Middle Ages. I'm gonna go study the palette.
In terms of what's that perfection is. That's a big problem, and I agree. That most of the something we call restoration nowadays, it's really should be called remaster, because we are creating something for today audiences, and that's the really big topic. And I don't think there is like one absolute right answer to it. Should we, what's the original? Is it something that camera saw on a set of the film 80 years ago? Is it something that light, I don't know, light came through the lenses and hit the neck? That's something slightly different. What was developed is also slightly different. What was seen on the premiere, it's also a different thing. So there are big discussion what we should strive for, really. And that's, I agree with, it's a big problem. But also we have like people who, the clients also who wants also a bit of different things. They want really to be perfectly clean. So it's a complicated issue, really.
There are dilemmas there, and I mean, I just want to add from my own end that as a film historian and just a film lover, you know, I mean, recently I was in Lyon at the Festival of Restored Film, and I just encountered, you know, as I was watching these films, some of them made, you know, as early as, you know, 1930s, and you know, you're looking at these films and you kind of have this strangely discordant feeling as if you know, what you're watching isn't the actual thing, because there's an aspect to it, like a phenomenological aspect that just doesn't feel right. You know, a film from 1930 should not be looking like, I don't know, a faux 1940s film shot by George Clooney, which sometimes it does, you know. But you know, what we're also seeing is like this increased sort of demand for film screenings on 35 millimeter. So, you know, like, of course, Cinema Retrovato shows a lot of films on 35 millimeter, but so do other film festivals and cinematheques, you know, and I think, you know, there's almost this nostalgia for the analog, the physical qualities of film projection. You know, people are kind of jaded from all that almost like slick digital veneer, which sometimes can be a little bit, you know, just surreal. I don't know how to describe it, but it's almost like, I don't know, with some of those restorations, are we giving a false impression of these historic legacy?
I can give a short comment because it's a topic we could talk for hours. But,
yes.
But also it deals with our perception nowadays of how the old film should look. For example, when we thinking about the sculptures of ancient Greece or ancient Rome, we always imagine we have that image of white marble statues, right? But as we know, they were painted in color at that time. So if we would see a Roman statue painted in color, we would most likely think that it's wrong, but it's not. So also the films in 20s and 30s, they doesn't look like the old films. They look like the super modern films. So it's really very complex question, I guess.
Piotr?
Je veux juste rajouter ce qu'aujourd'hui, il n'y a pas une loi au monde pour avoir une restauration de tel ou tel côté ou de telle ou telle version. Il n'y a pas vraiment une loi qui oblige à restaurer chaque archive comme il souhaite. Mais je pense qu'il existe bien deux mondes différents. Je rejoins Cecilia, ce qu'ils disent qu'on devrait préserver pour la postérité l'original tel qu'il est, surtout pour des films à forte valeur ajoutée, les films de la culture, de l'histoire. Et puis, il y a une deuxième partie, et ça c'est l'approche des archives, purement puriste des archives. Et puis, il y a un deuxième marché qui est purement le marché commercial. Et là, vous pouvez avoir toutes les sortes de restauration, bien, pas bien, moyen, médium. Et ce marché, il existera toujours. On ne peut pas les séparer. Donc, on a cette tâche difficile à la fois de respecter l'histoire et transmettre aux générations futures les originaux, et nous avons aussi le marché commercial. Et donc, je pense qu'ils vont exister toujours.
D'accord. I don't know how, but we ran out of time. Is Cecilia gone? Yeah. Cecilia?
Yes, I'm on.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, look, I mean, there's many
Yes, gunshot.
we could obviously discuss for hours, but I really want to close today's session with, I think, a really important sort of observation or a concern, let's say, to do with the current sort of political situation in the region and maybe also across the world. I don't know, because it feels like, you know, we're just on a boiling plate. And considering the situation, of course, the wars in Ukraine, the very tense, volatile situation in the Caucasus, and also, of course, what's happening in Gaza, in Palestine, Israel, etc. You know, aside from human casualties, one of the other things that becomes a target is cultural heritage, and of course, film archives, film heritage. And we know how fragile it is, how difficult it is to, you know, sustain that heritage, especially for countries such as Armenia, which has been struggling to preserve its film heritage and still continues to do so. And I'm thinking, like, taking into consideration this increasingly chaotic world that we live in, shouldn't preservation of cinema be a kind of a global responsibility? And should we all be partaking in its preservation rather than just assuming that each state or each country would kind of be held accountable for the preservation of its film history? What do you think, Cecilia?
Well, well, first of all, I definitely think you're right in saying that, but I also think that this is what FIAF is committed to do and is trying to do. FIAF is in touch, has been in touch with Brazil when the Cinematheque there had issues, both, you know, floods, political problems. We as in FIAF are in touch with Ukraine, with the Dobzheskov Center. We have been in touch with the Cinematheque in Jerusalem. Are you still there?
Yes, we're here.
Oh, sorry, because I couldn't see you anymore. So this is one of the missions of FIAF and that's why you said earlier on, it's important being FIAF. There are some symbolic reasons why a film archive is in FIAF, but there's also very practical ones. So maybe few of you know, but there's exchange of correspondence between FIAF and the national governments. There is a continuous monitoring of areas, war zones and areas that are endangered. It's definitely, as a community, FIAF does strongly believe that preserving the world heritage is, you know, everybody's job. There is a very complex and delicate cultural dilemma there, because I wouldn't want the Dobzheskov Center having to move their collection. I'm just saying the Dobzheskov Center as an example. Let's say a film archive in a war zone having to move their collection necessarily to a Western country, because Western countries run the risk of overacting in situations like that. Ideally, and this is the scenario that I'm seeing, is the neighboring countries in the regions. This will be our wish. The neighboring countries in the region that become active in trying to safeguarding or restoring, like it's happening in Poland. I mean, the example of Fixafilm as a laboratory is a great one, because there is something to be said about regional network, regional communities of archives, of laboratories, the idea is there. The idea is that if we lose a film from Armenia, from Pakistan, from Indonesia, from Turkey, we lose a film, and that's it. There is no for us, and this is what we say when we present our festival, there's no old film, new film, black and white, silent sound, Armenian, Italian. There's cinema. Cinema, as Sergio Leone, our great filmmaker, would say, that cinema is the greatest of all utopias. And in fact, there is this joke that when he was to renew his passport, he would never want to say that he came from Italy. He wanted the word cinema in his nationality. So cinema is a nationality. We believe in that. Each of us can make certain efforts towards that. But I think this should be our leading idea, leading concept, that we're trying to preserve the world heritage and not just the national heritage.
Julia, thank you for that beautiful definition. Cinema is indeed a utopia, and it is our collective task and responsibility preserving it, regardless of where it's made and what its cultural origins are. And I want to thank you all, guys, for playing an important role in preserving and passing on that heritage and coming to Armenia to take part in this conference. Thanks a lot.
Thank you again. Thank you for moderation. Because it's a coffee break, it will be 20 minutes and we will a little bit shorter our round table. So please have a coffee and cookies and come back at 4:20.
Very precise, Melik.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, guys. I want to see everyone here in the hall. Dear Anastasia, can you help me to bring people back to the hall? Thank you. Thank you. Otherwise, we will wait forever. So I'm glad that Lucine came from the Ministry of Culture. She's here with us for wrap up. So we will, that's okay. That's fine. We are all, yeah, please keep your signs in front of you that we will really know who is whom. Nasty. Lucine anvanında verir buradan. Da ayısı bu Lilith notes. Love Nasty. So, okay. Looks like begin checkup. He's smoking. Cigarettes. Okay. It's 4:25. So anyway, we have to really finish at 5, and I think we will manage. But I would like to hear from each of you some kind of thoughts, impressions, to raise the question, just because we need to really wrap up what we did for these 2 days. It was useful, unuseful, what can be done more next time, and so on. So maybe we will go track from that side. Joel, you participate, you had the speech, you participate panel discussions, so as a panelist, and you know former Soviet cinema the best. So please start. We will start with you.
Your question is what should be done next week, next year or next time?
Yeah, generally speaking, to wrap up these 2 days, what we gain, what we hear, what we got, what we didn't, just really to sum up.
I think all the topics which we talked about were for everybody were interesting, more interesting for somebody about restoration, others about festivals can concern other people, of course. But still, I would I take part in some conferences. To be honest with you, I would extend a bit the length of the topics. So I would not make it like 10 plus 5, but maybe 15 plus 5. And altogether 20 minutes, because otherwise it's quite short. And
but not 30 minutes.
No.
Okay.
But 15 plus 5. And but maybe if there are no questions, so just 15. But 15 plus 5, I think that it would be good, because otherwise, even my speech was a bit long, and I thought it was very short. The thing is that I don't know whether you want to repeat something like this in the future. And which aim are you striving to? I mean, what is your goal? Because to me, I was invited here to make this conference about the 100th anniversary. But for you, the organizers, what was your aim to organize this conference, to gather people and trying to make maybe a book afterwards, or about what was said here about the 100th anniversary? Is it a new era for the Armenian movies or the cinema in terms of mediatization of Armenian cinema? Then, if yes, I don't know if there were any journalists covering this conference, because I think that maybe it would be good to have some of them covering the conference. I don't think about people, film critics. I think about people who can write about this conference. because Armenian cinema is not very well known, but I can imagine, I guess, that such conferences can make it more well known. And I do think that, I do think that with the help of the digitalization and the new technologies on the one hand, concerning the old movies, and the appearance of new talents in Armenia, that's the good time to have both subjects now in 2023, because we can speak about the past and we can speak as well about the future. So to me, it was very useful. I learned about many topics which I didn't know about, and I'm very happy that I came here. If there is another such conference, I will be happy to take part in it. But I wanted to congratulate you, because I know how difficult it is to set up such conferences. So with the interpreters of many languages, thank you, guys and girls. So maybe something will come up to my mind afterwards, but.
Okay, thank you. And if I understood you correctly regarding the press and film criticism, you are talking about presence of the local or also international? Okay.
First step, of course, is local, but international as well. There are some magazines dedicated to film industry. Maybe then that would be the ones who could. I never went to Bologna, for instance, but I know that there is a kind of press coverage in Bologna. Whom are the journalists they are invited? I don't know, but there must be some people somewhere for some magazines who could be interested in.
Okay, thank you for advice, Jack.
I just want to congratulate you, and I'm feeling very thankful to be invited here. These 2 days were amazing, and I'm not a specialist of conference like Joe, so I won't have like criticism, because it's one of the first conference I've been invited into, and I'm just thankful, and yeah, I just want to congratulate everyone.
Thank you very much. Yeah, François.
Сначала я хотела сказать я пас, поскольку я некомпетентный.
First of all, I wanted to say I would like to not say much now, because I'm not very competent in the organization, but I'm very thankful for the invitation. I'm very thankful for having participated in this great conference. As Joel also put it, it was really interesting to hear about everything I didn't know about in the past. And I would say that yesterday evening, I was very excited by this show of this wonderful film, because I saw the film 30 years ago, only in Russian. And this is really amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you so really much. Thank you for having highlighted it, because, actually now we can see this, you have seen this mix and it has made an impression on you. Thank you so much.
Thank you for calling me. It was really nice to be here, and I witnessed so much interesting topics about films, etc. But my only concern is about to do more about to educate people who are coming to cinema, because we must. Tell them how to watch the film and what is the layers of the film. When I was talking about co-productions and other stuff, it's mainly about interpretation. I'm sure that about every Armenian film, there is a lot of subjects which is local but universal, of course. So you can watch film on several kind of ways, and also to to maybe focus on publishing books, especially on English language, also about film theory, about, you can take some Persian film, for instance, and talk about feminism or about social stuff. There is all layers there. So I think you can focus things on your cinema into the new kind of reading of films. So to be more open on that field. Thank you.
Thank you. And as I properly understood, for example, if the conference is running from morning till 5 o'clock, then to have all 2 or 3 days evening screenings also for the public related to the conference, which we did yesterday, 1 screening only, and we had 3 halls together. It's about 230 people seats. So, but in the future, those kind of conferences can be in parallel with the film screenings to bring that. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Ben?
Well, first of all, like everyone, thank you for inviting me here and congratulations again on the centenary. Very conveniently for me, Françoise and Nemanja have basically just said exactly what I was going to say. As Nemanja was saying, I've been thinking more about this idea of education. I guess that's my job, really, to go away and think about it. But yeah, something that's kind of stuck with me over the 2 days is this question of reaching people in that kind of educational way. And I think that's related to what Françoise was saying. I think it was really great that the kind of stars aligned to have that big premiere restoration last night. But as every time I sit around and talk about film, I just feel like I want to watch more films. So it would be nice to if we could all watch more films together instead of just talking about them. But it's difficult to arrange everything. But thanks again for such a well-organized conference.
Thank you. And I think that you are the most active participants of different locations, and you discovered more than just conference and cinemas based on how many places you visited. But for those who didn't go to Parajanov Museum and still will have time for tomorrow, go it. Otherwise, it will be big missing part. So, Joseph, please.
Yeah, I'd just like to echo all the thanks that everyone else has offered. It's been brilliant, and I'm really glad to be here, and I've been looked after, and it's been lovely. I suppose in terms of substantive comments that I can make, I wear 2 hats, I suppose. The first hat is I'm an academic in a university in the UK. So in terms of dissemination and talking about Armenian film, I'm definitely much more encouraged after this event to talk to my colleagues in terms of putting things together, whether it's conferences or talks or bringing, I'm a head of a research center at my university. We could easily start coordinating more events, bringing in Armenian film scholars, for instance, that sort of thing. So that's the sort of thing that's percolating in my mind vis-a-vis my institution. As a kind of film journalist and a film festival critic, I suppose from this event, what I could have contributed more to and what I would have liked to have seen perhaps is more about film criticism as a kind of, as its role in the whole film infrastructure. And I know we could have had a chat, and I know Hugo's not here and that sort of thing, so we could have had more conversation perhaps about the state of film criticism, because for me, I can't make a career out of being a film critic. I have to do something else. I have to be an academic. So it's about that quite precarious position of being a film critic, and how we can develop that role, I suppose, in a way that is mutually beneficial for, I don't know, when you're releasing a classic film, having coverage of it. Because in the UK, it's very hard to write on Armenian film or any kind of film, to be honest, about UK releases, for instance, you don't get paid. So it's like, how do critics get paid for their labor? Which is a huge question, which we can't really cover here. But I suppose that's what I'm thinking from my perspective about that kind of infrastructure to support just film criticism without it having to be a side job or a kind of auxiliary sort of kind of position. But yeah, it's for me, I've learned a hell of a lot about Armenian cinema, but also about just practices of restoration and that sort of thing, which isn't my expertise at all. So I've really appreciated that, and thanks so much.
Thank you. And about Armenian films in UK, there is a classic in next to you, so they have started actively bring the some different.
What I might do is I might start writing for his platform. I think that's what we've worked out. No, but something.
So, Juliette, you didn't speak during the conference. You keep quiet, but you have longer experience than others who relate with Armenian cinema. Please share your opinions. Thanks.
Hello, everybody. I, of course, want to say thank you so much for the experience of being here. Every time I'm in Armenia, I want to somehow just take it home in my pocket and be able to share it with people in England, and that is exactly what I intend to do, which has been such a wonderful experience that we can create silent film that can be shown across the world and can feel a part of different cultures. So, for example, English culture, where I'm from, I'm making the music, there is some relevance there, and then we can connect that with Armenian culture. And I just think it's so wonderful to introduce a new country, and I feel so excited to be a part of that. So thank you for allowing me to be like that. I think a highlight for me over this trip was last night at the screening that we managed to hear a talk from the composer of the film last night. That was fascinating and interesting, and of course I think it's natural for me to be an advocate for maybe more thinking or talks about music. I think, you know, especially with silent film, I almost believe it's sort of the equal collaborator in terms of visuals versus audio. And yeah, I don't know. So that would be my little thing. I love music. I would love to talk about music in silent film or just old film in general. But apart from that, I'm very excited to meet so many people behind all of the amazing work that has been done. It's absolutely incredible, and all of the thought and just process and collaboration that's been done. It really makes the experience more real. And when I can go back and share my experience in England as well, I will talk about you all and everybody will know what's happened here today. So yes, thank you again for everything.
Yeah, thank you. And I hope everyone knows in auditorium that Juliette did the music for the Armenian silent film House on Volcano, and which was premiered in Cinémathèque Paris. Thank you, Juliette. And I was going to ask you about music of yesterday films, but you told me you already talked about that. Thank you. Thanks. Nairi, please.
I want to thank you for this fabulous journey. It was fantastic for all aspects, and we met great people, very professional people, and everybody's statement was really very interesting and on a high level. But I want to tell something is that everybody talked about production issues, collaboration, restoration, distribution, participation, preservation, digitalization. And I wish there were some people talking about film analysis as themselves. What is a film as a phenomenon, cultural phenomenon, from philosophical point of view, from historical point of view. So I wish there was some balance. That's my only remark. And once again, thank you to everybody. And I want to apologize for the translators, because my time was short. I had to talk quickly. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much. We already got from Joel extension for the time, so there will be 5 more minutes for next time. And also, Joseph did his speech was very analytical and about the Costa. So that was in opposite what you are saying.
That was the one piece. But I was just going to sort of defend the 10-minute running time because I think it does make you write a lot more concisely and with, a lot more clearly. So sometimes having a short presentation kind of helps you clarify your thoughts. Because I had a version of the presentation I gave, which was, about 30 minutes long, and you would have all been begging me to stop by the end. So there are some benefits, I think, to the short presentation, but definitely encourage more room for discussion, I think. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you. It's like the CV. Sometimes you send 4 pages CV, sometimes you send just 400 words, and depends what. Okay, and also Anastasia is sitting there as a staff member. That's why I'm sorry that Pas you didn't give you floor, but please, you want to share with us.
Hi, I just wanted to say that I'm a film editor from New Zealand, but I'm currently based in Armenia. I love film, especially old films, and for me personally, there's nothing sadder to seeing film collecting dust in spaces where it's really just disintegrating. So I'm really happy that there is preservation of film in Armenia and in the world, and to know that so many people are interested in saving the magic of cinema. So I just wanted to say that.
Thank you. Thank you, Anastasia. And Anastasia prepared for us for the National Cinema Center voluntarily working for almost a year. And she did a trailer for Hello, It's Me and for the silent restoration as well. And next I see it's Vladimir. Yeah.
Я буду использовать русский, мне так удобней. Да, родной.
This is more this is easier for me. And this is my such a nice feeling that is such first of such formats. At the same time, it's so sad that during this many years of independence of Armenia, this has been the first such format. There can be many explanations for this, but I travel across Russia. I'm part of many discussions of the industry of different discussions, and this decentralization of the cinema process, the regional thinking, these local initiatives, they're always in the back of my mind. And Armenia too has a variety, wealth of dialects and also different regionals. So in a utopic future, or maybe just in the next year, it would be nice to see practical cases of interaction with probably the creation of cinema clubs with the teaching of curators of the regions. If there are curators, and if they're not, maybe they can be trained, because we know the biggest problem of Armenia is the absence of cinema, because you cannot have them in every city. We could be waiting for 20 more years. So I think that maybe we need to move in the direction of more practical cases on the territory of Armenia per se. And if we're working in this mechanism of exchange of experience, then we can realize this as a short-term initiative, because time is passing. Time is limited, and time is passing quickly, rapidly. So that would be really nice to do this. I heard a lot of inspiring words here, but usually it takes a lot of time. It's very time-consuming. Would like to accelerate a bit. And thank you so much for the invitation, Malix, for the invitation you have sent to us in the work of the cinema centers. Thank you, Vladimir. We will take into account your suggestions. Andrei? Anton?
Your floor is yours.
I would like to thank you for the invitation, and it was for me a great experience to know all of you, and in terms of exchange of experiences in film archive. And I hope that all the things and all the links we managed to do here will last. So thank you.
Thank you. And yeah, if we will be able to collaborate, that will be great. Thanks. I mean, I hope. Anahit, Kartik.
You said your opinion. I'm very happy. It's a great experience. I'm very grateful for it. I didn't expect it to be such good discussion, and the great work was done for keeping the heritage. a great team is gathered here from all over the world, and it's great. Here, being an Armenian and also Iranian Armenian, I would like to highlight that it was a great experience to meet such specialists to gather together, and I highly evaluate what we had here. And I would like to have concrete topic discussions in the future, and during the process of this conference, it could be seen. I'm very excited, and as a film director, I would like to say something. It will be perfect to get together. So to have to watch some movie, and in the end to drink wine. Thank you. And thank you for translation. And let me give the floor to Reza Tabesh.
Ես էլ շնորհավորում եմ ձեզ։
ارمنستان در بهار و پاییز دو تا رویداد مهم رو برگزار کرد برای 100 سالگی.
Ես շատ բարձր եմ գնահատում, որ
I highly evaluate and congratulate Armenia because Armenia is celebrating 100th anniversary of its cinema. I have been present in two big conferences, both in spring and in autumn as well. I have been conference in opera. It was really perfect. And of course, this conference is really nice and great. I'm very excited, and I really congratulate, wishing you all the best. My question is the following. If UNESCO is, whether UNESCO is supporting any kind of project? There should be a reflection by UNESCO, so it should be printed out by UNESCO. It should be reflected there. You know, we should be responsible for it, because cinema is one of the heritages of UNESCO. It should be have its part in UNESCO heritage, and it should be found in its informational parts when it is printed out. I kindly suggest to have one book movie. That would be supported by UNESCO, and it to be sent to especially dedicated to Armenia cinema 100th anniversary, and it should be sent to UNESCO universities where they collaborate. Another suggestion I also have, each invited guest should write down their opinion about Armenian festivals, about Armenian cinema. That would be dedicated to the anniversary of the Armenian cinema 100th anniversary. So it would be printed out by PDF or just one book. For example, I can suggest in Iranian Museum, we have the department of to have the Armenian influence in Iranian cultural heritage. So each of us would write something, would spread about it. So it would be great for organizers, and again, best of luck. We will take it into account. Yes, Kusai, Sharnagel,
Yeah, please, Robert.
Yes, first of all, I want to thank for inviting. It was a great experience. I was very happy to meet my colleagues from the community of film restoration, but also another important thing that should be continued, I think, is to bring together people working with the heritage film restoration, but also film distributors and film historians. I would especially point out film historians because now with this process of bringing back slowly, step by step, film heritage, film historians become kind of our guides in this. Nobody in the world can watch or even a small part of the cinema heritage created in almost 130 years. And film historians becomes kind of our guides in this world to point out one or another direction. And not only for us, but also for general audience. And so, I mean, it's very important to work together, and events like that is meant for that. So now we celebrate the centenary of Armenian cinema, but it should be continued. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. And Peter?
Merci également pour l'invitation. Je connais un petit peu la situation avec les archives dans les pays CEI, dans cette...
To say that I know a bit about the archives in this part of the world, and I know, I see what is happening, what is produced, the works they're doing, so it's really a big joy for me to see that there is this consciousness of making very quick decisions so that we can preserve what can be already saved, still saved in Armenia. And I would like to say that I believe that in the future, this would be something good to invite also people from the neighboring countries as they represent SADA, such as other ones, the artistic technical parts that are discussed, and that's something that is missing today. I think that in the former Soviet countries, this is lacking. So we need to find different solutions, and we need to define those different solutions in different ways. Maybe it could be face-to-face, maybe it can be online, and for Armenia as well. To be able to find people with that, in particular, the organizations that are shown the area of restoration, and not just be, I'm sure, I wouldn't like to say dependent, but dependent on others. And it is important, this is work that has already started. I know that you have a project of working on in the laboratory, and this is a nice initiative. You will be working on the laboratory for the next months to come. That would be a national fund, and this national film fund should be self-sufficient, and we're there to help you. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you for our invitations. Always a pleasure to be here. And on the practical notes, yeah, I think 15 minutes would be nice, and 3 days, just so it's just not packed that intense, really, because with those really short spans and only 2 days, it's really like quite dense package of knowledge to absorb, and maybe like a film every night just to kind of finish the day with finish day of theory, a little bit of, let's say, visual, what's to just remind ourselves what we are really talking about, like the practice of it. And yeah, it was really interesting, quite a lot of talks and quite a lot of different approaches. So really, I learned a lot about it. And it just congratulations about that restoration efforts, and just bringing up the Armenian cinema is just like starting to really working. I know, Malik, you work a long time for it to happen. So it's finally here. So on this congratulations, I'm really happy about it. And yeah, I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's of course the collective effort that we have now as a result. And I would like to invite Mr. Vigen Galstan to come to the microphone and
Melik, may I add something?
yes, please.
Just because I came up an idea for next time, next conference, you should maybe invite 2 or 3 representatives of other countries where there are programs specially dedicated to the history of cinema at school. We do have in France, I'm sure there must be in Germany, maybe in Great Britain, people who would explain how each country tries to educate young people from the beginning till the university to old movies and film heritage.
Yeah, thank you. That's a very good advice because I know that like today we hear in Iran, they have special courses in the school about cinema. I know that Georgia is practicing now. You said France, and I know that in Argentina, it's a must class in the school from this very early they start to learn. Begin, please. 2 years ago, Vigen did the conference that was the first time with the National Cinema Center we organized, and this is the second, which Ophelia is in charge, and she did her best to have all of us here. So please,
my impressions. No, well, first of all, congratulations to Ophelia and the team for managing to put this together. I know it's been really, really difficult. And I know from personal experience how tasking it is to bring people, convince people and bring them over to Armenia, which is not exactly the epicenter of film studies or current debates or discourses on contemporary cinema or film heritage or film production. But I think this is a really, really interesting place where discussions, let's say from alternative positions can happen. Yeah. So I think places like Armenia, which are sort of on the periphery or the margins of the film industry and film culture, are very crucial to understanding the state of our, film culture today and what significance film has today, both politically, socially, economically. I really do hope that the NCCA continues to makes this into tradition. This is something that we initially wanted to do. We wanted to do an annual conference based on that first experience. Unfortunately, because of, repeated wars, which are becoming more of a tradition than the conferences, this was impossible to do. But, the fact that we managed to do it in 2023 again just shows that, we're gonna keep going despite the circumstances. And yeah, congratulations and thank you for coming. This is a wonderful seeing all of you gathered here today, and I hope you had fun. And hopefully next year or the year after, we'll meet again.
Thank you again. And as I mentioned it at the beginning, Lucine is here from the Ministry of Culture, and if not she, then we will not have this conference because the order came from the ministry to do it, and support came from UNESCO. So Lucine is ready also to answer for few questions that was raised during this roundtable. Please.
Շնորհակալություն, ուզում եմ ողջունել բոլորին։
I would like to congratulate everyone and my thanks to all the participants. This conference is very significant for us because as it was mentioned, it seems like it's the first time for Armenia to have such like a conference. Of course, we did had such experience, but as you have mentioned, maybe it was just a lack of information. And of course, we admit that it is our lack. By speaking about Mr. Chabron's idea, I would like to mention the main ideas that we have today. To get around us international specialists with whom we can speak about Armenian film heritage, to understand our problems, to understand all the ways we can expand our international cooperations. And of course, with the help of you, to distribute Armenian cinema. By telling with your support, I mean by collaborating with you, by cooperating with you, to speak broadly about Armenian cinema production. We, of course, do understand that the Armenian cinema industry has a very small potential here, like it is not spread all over the world, and our market is very small. And specialists in our market are maybe Armenia is not a place of interest for rental market, but taking into account, it's my opinion, of course, you to say, Armenian movies, as all other country movies, have their uniqueness, and each country has its
And it should be said that that should help us make sure that together with our international colleagues, we can understand what the problems in our cinema are. Probably the topics that are interesting for the world, the topics that are related to production that we need to overcome so that we will be able to cooperate better and in a more precise way. So I would like to wrap up. We have talked about the following, that the scientific research component needs to be highlighted. Books need to be published. Of course, all of this is really important as directions. And in my observation, when I'm just looking at it from this angle, I can note that in terms of almost all of the directions we have already discussed this, it's very welcoming for us, crucial that our participants have had the desire to develop, to include all of these different directions. So the conference has been of interest. They want to have more, to see more, to have more. Each of you, I have taken notes. You have talked about heritage, about film production, and also about film distribution. And then there are certain analysis. And also, I would like to say that we have come to a certain idea. It is also interesting for us to come together around the Armenian cinema production. We need to do our best within our possibilities to expand our cooperation. Once again, I would like to thank you, and I am hopeful that throughout during the years to come, we will have a more intensive collaboration. We're ready to hear all of the pieces of advice, all of the proposals, suggestions that you will be giving us. At the same time, when it comes to cooperation, we're also very open to this. So coming to UNESCO's part, well, I would like to note that UNESCO has two types of program support. The one is for Jubilee programs. One of them is what we're having today. This is the centenary of Armenian cinema, which is a big part of the UNESCO program, UNESCO agenda in their calendar. And the second one is about participatory programs by UNESCO. Regardless of whether this support is financial or it is not, being under UNESCO's patronage is very important for any country. And I am equally sure that for you too, it's very important to be participating in this dimension. Once again, I would like to express my gratitude for all of you and to note that I do hope that next year we will all come together again. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, to conclude, I would like to thank all the UNESCO, National Cinema Center, the Ministry of Culture, all official institutions that were involved in organizing the conference. But I want that all of us will give the big applause to girls who are sitting next to me, Ofelia Azizyan, because she did incredible work for a very short time to achieve this level of conference. Thank you very much. And also, I would like to thank all technical staff and interpreters here in hall who was on background. We didn't even see them, but are working hard all these 2 days and translating the. Yeah, and volunteers, of course. And we had a team of volunteers who also was working with participants, with staff, and doing their best. So thank you everyone who come here, and thanks for inviting me to be moderator of this big event. And now at 5:15, it's 3 minutes only to go downstairs and go to the National Cinema Center. Thank you very much.